Hi everyone, my name is Jesus and I go by Young Soul. I'm here with my co-host.
Hey everybody, my name is Iverson. I am Young Soul's co-host right now. You might hear him call me Ivy. That is my nickname, and just letting you guys know that.
Alright, so let's get into this gameplay with the Smite Iowa High School League Smite playoffs. We have the Belmont Clemmings Broncos and Roland Norsemen. So let's see what they're banning. So for the Broncos, the ban phase, we have a Yanis, Mercury, Anubis, and a Poseidon. Very interesting picks.
Yeah, I see that they're banning a lot of mages and junglers right now for the fact that the Norsemen don't have a mid laner. It seems they've already picked their supports as well as their carry and jungler going into a Baron Sammy. He could be playing into the solo lane or probably mid lane. Not too quite sure yet. With the Broncos actually picking Hades, Lancelot, Nuwa, Hachu, and Sylvanas, seeming like I think their Hades might be playing solo lane as well as their Sylvanas playing support. What do you think, Jesus?
Sylvanas, let's see. We could have the Hades and the Nuwa flip. I've been noticing some players will play Nuwa as a solo lane player or character. So Hades could be playing mid, but especially with Hades' passive having that damage boost and also lifesteal protections. I think solo lane for Hades would be a better pick.
Yeah, just from knowing how Hades works as a character, I think he's definitely going to be a better pick for solo lane. I think that's what they're planning for. But I can see either the new one Hades swapping now, just for the fact that there is a Baron Sammy, and Hades is going to be a lot safer to go into a Baron because of his actual dash, which can be used as an escape. While Nuwa is kind of open for that, but we will see.
So for the audiences that's watching, so we will go a little bit in depth on certain characters. So if you guys don't know much about the game, all I could just say is they run fast. So we might have a technical problem right now. I think with Smite having uh, their spectating game a little wonky. So we might have to go back and try to reload into the game and see. Sorry for that, everyone. So give us a moment to get this fixed, and we will let you guys know. All right. While we're letting the game load up, we're just gonna have a little conversation over here. So Iverson, what do you think so far about the playoffs this point? What do you think how this game is gonna go off?
Um, Kind of from my perspective, I haven't been caught up with both of the teams right now, so I have not an idea of like what they're going for or what type of comp they're going. I want to say the I can see both teams doing really well with their picks and what they're trying to go for, especially with, it seems like the Norsemen actually have a pretty strong early game, especially in solo lane with the Suitor, but that can also be said with the Hades as well.
We do have the gameplay up now, so we are going to be switching to that quickly right now.
Sorry about that. We're just having a little bit of difficulty with the actual mouse right now. Just trying to get that out real quick. From this so far, we can see that the Lancelot as well just went for speed and is now trying to rotate over to their red to help out their mid laner on the Bronco side, while the Hachiman as well as the Sylvanas are trying to go for their purple, trying to get to lane as fast as possible, making their actually a little bit faster than the Norsemen duo lane, while the Lancelot and the Numa are now maybe just a little bit late to lane in mid lane, and the actual mid laners for the Norsemen got a early pick onto the Lancelot, getting that first blood secured right away. That is actually a pretty big lead. They might be able to actually, but luckily he does have the other speed to actually go onto, but that is going to put him maybe just a little bit behind as well.
Oh, the jungler Circuit going on the new one, the mid laner. So
made her force out the beats as well. That is going to be very scary for her, especially if whenever this next engagement, if the Baron can hit his 3 on her and slow or root her for this Circuit to actually just go onto her. That is going to be actually very scary. Actually hitting it, getting him one shot, almost killing him, but the Nuwa is able to get out of there just barely with her life.
All right. We do see Broncos Circuit, the jungler. Looks like she's getting XP camp going to the left lane. Might be ganking. We might be looking into a gank over here on the dual lane over here. Yeah.
With this, let's head over to the dual lane, see how they're going. We can already see that the Broncos are putting in a lot of pressure onto the enemy duo, getting the Ares already half health, while they themselves are still perfectly healthy. Grabbing this Kronos, doing some more damage, getting a little bit more, but we're not able to get the secure or to stun him from that. Only we're able to get the root as well as the pull.
I think right now for the dual lane, especially here with another pull,
that Sylvanas is actually nasty with the pulls, getting it and getting a kill on the Ares already in dual lane, setting them up for success, as well as the Hachiman actually getting the final blow on that, doing some massive damage, putting in some massive work, getting out of those little bashes right there, trying to put as much pressure onto that Kronos as possible.
But was he gonna get another pull? Oh, we see this opponent setting up to get that. Oh, he pulls away.
As we already see, the Hachiman is just getting a little bit of poke damage on the Kronos, doing a little bit of damage. So if their Sylvanas does go for the pull and is able to, they are easier to secure that kill on that Kronos. But will that Kronos actually play a little bit back? or will he try to play a little bit too aggressive and get punished for it? What do you think, Jesus?
Right now, I just see. Oh, Sylvanas just pulling in.
He's hitting. That's 3 for 3 right now from what we've seen. This Sylvanas is hitting all of his skill shots.
I will say, playing Sylvanas, it's a very hard character. I will say, as I do play the game as well, I do play that role, which is that support role. Landing those pulls are very aggressive and very hard thing to do. It does take some time to learn.
Playing it pretty
and
aggressive.
He's just doing them with ease.
And with this, we can see over here the Lancelot actually getting dived on by the Serket, only a little bit of health, but the Noir is able to go and try to peel for him, getting them. Oh, but now the Serket is actually in a 4v1 situation. Will she be able to get out? The Hachiman is chasing, but is not able to secure the kill, doing a little bit of damage on the Baron Sandy, but they decide to disengage. But will they try to engage onto their duo lane? Doesn't seem like it. Any thoughts so far with this gameplay, Young Soul? Do you see anything that is standing out to you? Anything that is really standing out, or what you might want to see from the enemy team, or from the Broncos, or from the Norsemen in general?
I would say the Norsemen are playing off pretty well, especially in mid lane. That Baron Sandy is doing work, putting that pressure on that new wall of the mid lanes. Also over here, the Soldier.
Oh, Soldier having to use his ult, trying to get out. Is he going to try to just disengage entirely? Yes, he is. He was able to do... The Hades is, like I said before, the Hades has just a massive amount of pressure during his early game phase, and even more so than the Suitor. It's just... seems like right now the Hades is just bullying the Suitor, but we'll see if the Hades actually falls off late game. But I also know that Suitor himself also has pretty bad late game as well.
Yeah, especially when especially falling behind in that solo lane. Shoulder is a very big aspect, as you can see here in the goal difference. These charts tell you what side is getting more, or the difference between each side's percentage and how the round might go. But that's just more of a stats thing rather than the game could be flipped no matter what. Smite is one of those games where rare occurrences or miracles happen if you make them happen.
For that, we saw that they're right now with the actual graphs on here as well. You can see that the Broncos is getting a nice gold lead on them, as well as a XP difference. Just putting, as we saw before with the Hades, how he was already 1.5 levels ahead of their enemy solo laners. But we shall see with the dual lane going in, being a little bit aggressive. It looks like trying to get that. Ooh, was able to land that root with the Sylvanas, but the Serganos was too quick on the dash and got out of there pretty quickly. But luckily the Sylvanas didn't use his pull. He could probably get a different engagement in this if he wants to play a little bit aggressive. The Hachiman gets the root, gets the pull, going in. Kurnos used his ult while the Sylvanas used his bees, doing a little bit more damage, getting that Kurnos. Will he be able to kill him? But the Kurnos gets out free, but he keeps on hitting his thing. And what we just missed right here is the Serket just got a double kill on the mid, as well as their jungler, giving her a nice little lead as well. And the Hachiman uses his ult, kills the Kurnos. The Kurnos needs to watch out for that. Oh, but the Sylvanas just misses the pull, just barely. Doing a little, could have done that. As you can see as well, just showing from these different lanes that we've seen as well, the Broncos are getting a pretty good level difference and just put massive amounts of pressure. I think they just have a lot better early game pressure than the Norsemen. That is gotta force out his speed, which is also really good. But I believe that the Norsemen might be able to bring this back. It's still early in the game to decide if one team is just completely dominating right now, but we'll see how this game goes.
I will say this now, I do like the Norsemen's playstyle. I really, really enjoy it. You don't really see this a lot, especially in the Smite community is warding. You don't really see that. You only see that in the pro leagues or in very high leagues, especially for this season, especially where everyone's just going for kills and just not communicating. It's a very rare thing to see very good communication for the Norsemen as well.
I think that's one thing that we have to remember here, Zeus, is that we are not in a casual setting anymore. These are two different teams playing to get to the championship. They are in it to win it. They want to get this championship, and so they are doing everything as well as getting as much information as you can just to have map control so you don't get caught out lacking. That is the actual thing. If we actually look over here, the Circuit actually is getting a little bit of pressure. She might be going onto deciding to jump onto the Lancelot, doing some massive amount of damage, and getting the kill. Will she go onto the Hades, who's trying to pressure the blue lane? But the Hades decided to recall and was able to get out perfectly fine. As we see, it looks like, let's check out the dual lane. It looks like they might be into a little bit of a fight right here. Hachiman getting chained 3 times by the Ares, getting some damage, getting a little bit of poke without his support right now, just trying his best to do some damage to them, trying to keep them off of that tower, and Sylvanas getting ulted, uses his. Kratos took a tower shot by accident, just costing him to die, as well as his partner Ares just getting absolutely shredded by that ADC, who is, I believe, don't know if I saw that correctly, might have been 2 levels higher at this point. This dual lane right now is just, they are on a roll. The Sylvanas is hitting his shots. Hachiman is following up perfectly on them. They might be getting rotated on this Baron and Circuit, but they are just doing everything they can and just doing absolute work. But they might be getting shut down. The Hachiman just gets destroyed by the Baron and the Circuit. Circuit going onto the Sylvanas, doing a little bit of damage. They're able to get him. Will the Sylvanas be able to get out? And it looks like no! The Sylvanas just dies in the Circuit, as well as the Baron. Baron just able to do whatever he pleases with the Circuit right behind him, making sure to get those kills. That is some... While it looks like the dual lane for the Broncos are doing work, it also seems like the mid lane as well as the jungler for the Norsemen are just doing the same amount, putting the same amount of pressure in their respective roles. Jesus, what do you have to say about this?
I'm at a loss. I'm at a loss of words. I will say this. It is looking an even match right now. It looks like both teams are at their A game, especially on certain roles, especially for the jungle role, for the Roland Norseman. That Circuit knows how to do those auto attack cancels. Those are very hard things to do. Canceling hits after hits with abilities and landing every single ability out there, especially with her passive being a percentage pin, meaning that she just does very big damage.
No, 100%. And as we can see from here, it has been non-stop, just like action over in this dual lane. And getting another engagement right here with the Circuit. Lancelot Ares. It's a 3v2 right now, but now it's going to be put into a 3v3, maybe a 4v3, doing some massive damage on the Ares, who is very underleveled right now. We have most of the team right there.
Is this going to be a
Baron going onto the new wall, but they are looking like the Broncos are deciding to back up, not wanting to take this engagement. Honestly, I don't blame them. Their Circuit does a lot of damage with their Baron. Those are probably their 2 heavy carries right now. You don't, at this point, while you are up in gold and as well as XP, you do not want to give them a trade like that, because if anything, they are the ones that are going to be profiting from that and just getting closer and closer to the same level as you. Not something you want to do. Hachiman using his ult, getting the Kratos, but just barely surviving. But the new wall uses that ult and instantly kills these Kratos. He did not have Aegis or anything like that to save him there. Let's see actually what type of relics they decided to go into. But first, the Circuit is going on the Sylvanas, getting caught up by the whole team. Didn't know that all of them were right there just to turn it right back on her and finish her off without her even getting a kill on the Sylvanas, putting her behind a bit and really just stopping her little snowball right there.
That's going to be a big what's the word I'm trying to look for? It's gonna be a big help, especially for the Broncos. Sorry about that. I got a little messed up. Sorry, guys. It's just action after action got me all puzzled up and confused, just trying to focus and see this amazing players play off the best they can in this league.
Oh, the Hachiman is doing some work on the air. He's getting him one shot. Will he be able to clean up the kill? He is chasing really hard, but is not able to. But with the Sylvanas, there is the Kernanos right next to him, doing some damage to him, really tearing him down. But the Hachiman rotates in, the Kernanos decides to back up. And Jesus, I totally agree with having their whole team there and stopping the Circuit. That is stopping that snowball, putting a stop, putting some brakes on that Circuit. They said, you thought this was a highway that you could just speed down. No, they put those brakes on them, said this is a 25. This is a school zone. You cannot be driving like that. And decided to put her in her place right there. But will the Circuit actually stay to that, or will she try to go on a roll again and just put some massive amount of pressure? Their jungler, as well as their dual lane, their carry, decided to steal their Void Camp and seem like they are warding off right now onto Gold Fury. Might be looking onto the Lancelot, who's by himself right now. Will his team be able to come and help him? He has his ult to get out. Hades uses an ult real quick, doing some damage, getting some actual value off that, but it goes out. It hasn't taken too much damage, can engage onto this, do some more damage. Circuit going onto the Hachiman, doing some massive amount of damage. Ares gets a big pull, pulls in the Hades. Hades is out of position now, getting rooted, getting absolutely destroyed right now, but he was able to make it out. Only person who died during that team fight was the Hachiman, which is pretty unfortunate because that is another person that is just getting absolutely faithful. And the Circuit just goes onto the Hades and finishes him off. What are you supposed to do about that? Didn't know, thought his healing was actually going to be able to keep him sustained and do out damage the Circuit, but the Circuit just has too much of burst damage. She's building crit right now, has Rage, got 2 stacks on Rage already, and is building that pretty quickly. That is going to be very devastating to them if she is able to get that online really early.
So let's talk about the items real quick. So the items in the game, especially for Smite, each item has a specific thing they do. So it would be how much damage they do, how much they get rid of protections. So especially for that Circuit, Norsemen are just really looking to that character, especially for Circuit, when she's just a very high bursting melee character. Those crits are really going to be very helpful, especially if they're really wanting to win this and get this lane and game out of the way.
No, 100%. If the first thing you want to do is make sure that you are not dying to whenever the Circuit is anywhere close or is getting those final hits or any like assists like that, because that's just going to build more stacks onto the Rage and just do even more damage onto them. This Circuit is actually going, wait, hold up, the Circuit is bursting the Lancelot down. She used her beast so she could try to get out of there, and they are deciding to use ults, use 2 ults right there for the price of a bead, and now the Hades is going onto the Circuit, doing some massive damage. Circuit barely gets out with her life, just so low right there. You can almost feel her soul leaving her body. Look over here, the Hachiman is actually getting pressured by the Kernanos, but the Kernanos is taking too much damage and dies to tower. He got a little bit too greedy with that. See, that is the thing that you have to watch out for while you're playing these games, is at this point, it starts becoming a mental game. Once you are like this Kernanos getting, like going to 0 and 4, the best thing you can do is maintain your cool, do some damage, get in the little wins that you can, and make sure to get those assists so you can still stay into the game. He played just a little bit too aggressively at that point in time, but I believe in this man. I think that he can still bring it back and do some damage and actually get some very huge value. This Hachiman doesn't even know that the Circuit is coming right there, does a little bit of damage, gets the Hachiman, doing some damage, jumping onto him, misses the jump, and gets that one auto to secure that kill and build another stack on Rage. This is absolutely insane. This Circuit is such a good jungler. really showing that she knows her character. She is a force to be reckoned with. Let's take a look at mid real quick and see how these guys are putting some pressure onto this mid lane. Right now, Aries gets a good ult and forces out both of their beads. 4 people close to mid lane. Cirquette is just going into their jungle and just doing whatever she pleases, just getting that farm and just putting that Lancelot, just making him get farther and farther behind. They get that kill onto the Baron with the new wall. They just have to disengage at this point. They cannot try to engage onto this any further. He just missed a kill on the Aries by the Hachiman. This Hachiman is just going off as well, just making sure that he is present, that he is there, and that you have to respect him whenever he comes. They get the pull on the Cirquette. Cirquette almost getting bursted down. He almost had no idea what was even happening to her before she could react, but was able to get out and back up before anything bad could happen. Let's take a look at this solo lane with the shooter right now, who's just kind of pushing up lane, doing some damage, getting that pressure in lane while that Hades is out. Jesus, what do you have to say about that?
So for the audiences out there, especially who don't know much about the game, sometimes it's not about getting kills and being the best player. It's also the game's objective is also taking down those towers and getting closer to the enemy team's Titan, which is what the game mode is. Conquest is a 3-lane map. They have 2 towers, 3 phoenixes on each side, and the main objective is to kill the enemy god's leader. Right now, it seems like Norsemen are doing a good job. They took down the first towers in the lane, as well as
the shooter is actually going in on the Hachiman. Sorry to cut you off, Jesus, but they are deciding to do a team fight right here. Baron hits the root, doing some damage on the Hades. Hades is getting bursted down, already at half health, gets thrown back, doing some more damage, but he gets his massive ult, but he has to end it quick and try to back up with this Lancelot going on the shooter now. Shooter is dying, 3 levels behind the 17 Hades, and the new wall cleans up onto Cirquette as well, putting even more pressure onto them. Noticing that the Kronos is now on left lane trying to push up to their tier 2, doing some massive damage on that, and having 2 people back to try to stop him from doing whatever he wants and putting as much pressure onto that, while these other 3 are pushing into the right lane, trying to get that first tower and doing some damage to them and trying to maybe get a pick or 2.
Now Hachiman's looking a little low there. I don't know if he wants to engage on that. Though it is a 3v2 situation, anything can happen. That Cirquette could be coming up, as she does right now, as she respawns. She can be coming up. Oh, Hachiman just returns and just decided, you know what? I think it's better safe than sorry than to give them a lead and just, help the other team.
No, that is 100% true. I think it was a smart idea for them, honestly, after they got the first tower, just to back up and not try to push any further, especially since the Cirquette was coming up, and we already know how much she can burst down the target, especially a squishy target like New Wall or Hachiman, as well as how she's even able to even try start bursting down with the Hades. With that type of pressure on that jungle, especially whenever she would be making her way over, at that point it's just a better move just to back up and regroup as a team to then fight over different objectives as well. And what you were talking about before, it is a objective-based game as well, and they are putting a lot of the Norsemen are putting a lot of pressure onto them, getting already all of the tier 1 towers and one of the tier 2, while the Broncos only have the tier 1 towers down for each lane. But we'll see with this, as we know, Fire Giant, or the Fire Demon, I don't remember what it is called in this new season, but that is up. That is something to fight over. The Pyromancer as well as the Gold Fury, because no team has went for the Gold Fury just as of yet, but it seems like the Norsemen are starting to put a little bit of pressure, trying to maybe force a team fight here. I don't know if that is a good idea unless they're getting some massive picks, getting the ults on them already right in the beginning, doing some massive damage. They get a pick on the Hades, killing him. The Sylvanas is going for the criminals, kills him, trying to pull Sylvanas off, and Sylvanas is actually taking a lot of damage. Might be able to get out, but the Circuit decides to jump on and kills him. Hachiman then decides to clean up on the Ares and get out of there with his ultimate. This was a massive team fight. It's now a 2v2, and they can't really go for objectives except either try to get another pick and try to push up a different objective, or to just hold off and wait for the team.
It was a 3-for-3 trade. Both teams played that team fight very well, using their characters' best abilities and knowing how to use them. Especially the I would say the Kukunos, who Aegis, if you haven't noticed, Aegis right when Nua just ulted. That was a great example of using your relics. Don't you say, Iverson?
Yes, that was a good time to use his relic. But I think he might have used it just a little bit too early. I don't know. I'm not remembering this quite as well, but with how it was, it seemed like, and they just cleaned up kill on the Hachiman, just absolutely destroying him. I was on too much on the mid lane, but this Circuit is just putting in work. If you can look at the score right now, the Circuit is 9-2, just dying twice. Honestly, I might have thought that she was already like 3 deaths, maybe, but she's just putting in work, showing that she has a lot of survivability with her kid, being able to get out right away. But whenever she does have to commit, she knows when to commit, because then she's able to use her abilities to go in, get the kill, and then get out just as fast, which is an amazing skill set to have, and knowing whenever to engage and who you should engage, instead of just engaging and dying because of it. She's putting a lot of work, putting their team on the map, and just really bullying their enemy squishies, and just is able to just get them in and just get them out of position so fast. As you can see with this Hades that is just getting bullied right now, getting ulted, and then dies because the Circuit also was able to get all of her abilities off and do massive amounts of damage, just like you saw with that Lancelot. Just absolutely demolishing, going onto the Hachiman, deciding to go in, but the Hachiman gets out just barely with his life intact, had to use his ult to get out of that situation.
Norseman just really just trying to feed that Circuit. If you're noticing, they're just doing enough damage where she could just come and pick up and eat, get a spoonful of just taking the lead, especially with Norseman being, both teams, I will say right now, are equal. Anything can happen right now. Both teams are at a good equal pace and at a skill set where anything can happen at this point. We're already going into the midpoint of this match, and it looks like it's going to get more and more interesting when the teams are going to be doing team fights more, especially going into a late game.
Oh yes, with how things are going right now, both teams are equally matched. This can really go either way, depending on who is engaging. If they're able to burst out, if somebody is misplaying or is in a different position, but it all starts coming down to this in this mid game as well as going into late game. As you can see, they did give Pyromancer, which was a free objective while most of their team was still alive. And honestly, like you were saying, I like that analogy, Jesus. This Circuit right now, she is just eating. The enemy team right now, their squishies are a buffet, an all-you-can-eat buffet for her right now. She is just putting in that work and just cleaning up those kills so easily. Yeah, it looks like they're going to be forced into Gold Fury, just getting it. Either going to try to force
looks like a team fight is going to be coming up on the way.
Yep, this is they're going to try to steal it, and the Broncos weren't able to steal that, but they were doing a lot of damage onto their enemy tanks. Ares is actually really low because of it, as well as the Suitor. But I think at this point, you just have to disengage. The Suitor just went a little bit too trying to confirm onto that ult and do some damage, but didn't realize that his teammates were either backing up or maybe he used that to make their focus on them so they can get out for free. Either way, that the only person that seemed to have died in that team fight was the Suitor. Oh, with this, the Kronos is, and as well as the Baron Sambi are going on to the Hades and Sylvanas. Sylvanas doesn't have that much of an escape. He is actually getting bullied right now, absolutely just getting demolished by that Kronos and the Baron, and is paid for it. But at least the Hades is able to get out for free. What do you have to say about the gameplay so far, Jesus?
Man, both teams are extraordinary. Both teams are putting effort and just thinking about how they're gonna do and actually win this match. And you can see how and what they're doing to just win and win and win. As we see a 2v3 going into a 3v2 right now, he's pulling up.
Right now, but the Broncos just decide to do a little bit of damage and force them out and just back up, which is probably the smart play, especially with the enemy team like the Suitor as well as the Ares just starting to come in. It's just a better idea just to back up, regroup, instead of trying to take unnecessary damage and then dying and just being down another person for the next fight.
Let's look at the Baron. Let's look at the Norsemen. Let's see. They look like they're going to be regrouping. Hopefully, they're going to be deciding on what to get. They might be looking into getting that Fire Giant. And if they do, oh no, it looks like the Broncos had the idea as well. It looks like they might engage on it, but they aren't too sure because they're worried that the Norsemen might pull up and try to take it away from it. Looks like they're just going to disengage. And I was right. Looks like the Norsemen are just going to go engage. Kronos over there next to the Fire Giant, just deciding whether or not he wants to start it, and he does not. He's going into mid lane. It might look into another team fight, especially now.
So this seemed like what they were trying to do was at least get a little bit of vision onto the Fire Giant and make sure that they aren't going to try to force it, or if they are, to then actually go in and try to either steal the Fire Giant or force another team fight. But we'll see. I think at this point they either have to. Right now it seems like both teams aren't wanting to engage. The Suitor is actually by himself into the jungle, a little bit farther out. With the Circuit, actually, both of them are doing a little bit of poke damage, just kind of like showing them that they are there and that they should be not try to go in just by themselves and just disengage real quick.
Norsemen just taking map control, getting on both sides, just trying to get as much visual on each one. I hope they do realize that Lancelot is on their left side, and Lane looks like he's going to be engaging. Nope, he's just waiting for that perfect opportunity for one of them to be out of place, especially when this Hodgman from the Broncos is just pushing up lane, which is a good idea. Remember, this is an objective-based game too. Taking objectives is also part of the game in a way to win as well.
No, 100%. And I was liking what the Kronos is doing a bit, where he is like slowly pushing up into the Sylvanas. Actually gets a grab on the Ares. Hold up, the Lancelot doing a little bit of damage onto the Ares, but they weren't able to do enough to make it count, but enough to make him back up a bit and rethink about getting into that line of sight of that Sylvanas, showing that the Sylvanas can still hit his grabs just as well, and is just a force to be reckoned with. Ares misses his chain onto the Hades, and Hades just decides to disengage, knowing that their whole team is there, and if he gets caught out, that is most likely going to be death.
I will say this, Ares is one of my favorite characters. I am an Ares main, and this Ares is playing his role good. He's being the tank, he's being a front line, he's taking every hit he can for his team, being the shield, just so he can protect and save them. Oh,
but with this, the Circuit is actually getting bursted down, gets killed by the Lancelot. Their team wasn't able to peel for them and put that pressure onto the Lancelot. They keep on going in. Kronos was able to get that kill onto the Hachiman, but Ares might be dying because of this really low health. But the Suitor goes onto the Lancelot, doing some massive damage, but will he be able to clean up on the kill, doing some damage, but all of them decide to collapse on him, and the Suitor dies because of it. Kronos has to run out of there, as well as the Baron. Better to just disengage at this point, try to stay alive and regroup for the next team fight. But it is very unfortunate that they lost the Circuit as well as the Suitor in that. at this point, with how they are down 2 and only have 1 tank, with that, and the person that is doing a lot of damage, that is able to really burst down the squishies being down, I think they're going to just go for the Gold Fury. Yeah, as well as it's the Primal Fury, so they're going to be able to do some more damage as well to the towers, as well as other objectives, which is going to make it a lot easier to just burst those down before the enemy team can get there, or even to just secure those actual objectives as well. And yeah, that is a free Primal Fury with their whole team just not being able to really contest. And honestly, at that point, you wouldn't even want to contest that either.
Let's see what the Sylvanas is building. He started off with a Benevolence, which, you know, that's a pretty good item, especially for Brutal, especially for Sylvanas, where he's the type of character that is going around helping his teams and just healing them. As you notice, some of his abilities are just more based on helping everyone rather than himself. He has a bunch of defense items. You know, you gotta have that tanky character, that one person that can handle anything that's being thrown at him. Especially with this kit, where he has, as you guys have been seeing, his pulls, his roots, and he's just not missing those. He's just not missing. He's a mean, big green machine, just doing everything he can just to make sure that his team is well fed.
Exactly. This Sylvanas is doing his role perfectly. He is grabbing the enemies, pulling them into his team so his team can burst down. He is able to peel for them pretty well, and is showing that he is a force to be reckoned with his grabs, making anybody think twice of standing anywhere close to them. As you can see, the enemy team was able to get the Pyromancer for free. The Broncos didn't decide to contest it, while the Norsemen were just able to get that perfectly well with no contestment at all. It seems like the Norsemen are wanting for a fight, trying to go in. Cirquette jumping on, but is not able to do some damage. Missed the abilities, is trying to use his abilities to try to get them off of him so he can peel for himself, but ends up dying in the process. And that is just a big misplay right there. With this, you can see that now, because they are down that one person, it just makes it so much easier for the Broncos to just pull up onto the Norseman and just do a massive amount of damage, killing the Suitor. Oh, actually not, but able to kill him off, and now they are able to kill them off, but they are also able to get another person as well, killing the Kurnos, the Suitor, as well as the Cirquette, while the Broncos only lost the Hachiman, but is able to still, with the rest of the team, can put a little bit more pressure on the tier 2 from mid lane and just kind of force it down. The Norsemen aren't able to do anything. They should have, in my opinion, right there, they were going to get tier 2. They should have backed up, and now Ares is having to pay for it, just getting CC'd out of the blue and is having to die because of that, with the Baron not able to peel for him or do any damage to them that would make it better for them to actually back up.
Cirquette is respawning now. She might be able to engage and get the last one out here. He is out of position, especially with the Baron being so close. Is the Baron going to help?
This Lancelot is just doing a lot of damage, and see, that's, I believe, where the Cirquette just really shines, is whenever it is a 1v1 situation. She just does a lot of damage, but it's whenever it's during those team fights, whenever she is trying to engage on somebody without her team and just gets bursted down on it, the enemy team just collapses, and they're realizing that that is the way to deal with the Cirquette, is that whenever she tries to use her kit to go in, if they all just collapse on her, there's not much where she can do, because a lot of her kit is that would be used for really good escapes is also basically her main damage, and that she will have to use that to actually go in on somebody. So if you're able to collapse on that and make her use those abilities and try to get out as well, it just makes it a lot easier for you to clean up on the kill, as well as killing their kind of carry right now.
In simple terms, she has to be very, very careful.
Yes, very careful.
She
can't be doing it like that
on those things. She just needs to make sure that she's able to pick off and just, you know, nitpick on what she can take and what can't. Especially right here, she looks like she is looking to attack this Hades and might be engaging on it.
Yeah,
and he is
going
by himself
onto the Hades, doing a little bit of damage.
Sylvanas
He's trying
coming
to do
in,
like a little bit of healing, but not enough to negate the Circuit, she just out damages that, especially with the amount of crit, as well as a good item that she got was the Aaron died just to get a little bit of movement speed. Lancelot going in with his ult, having his force with full shields, but decides to just use that to have them back off as well to just re-engage into the fight.
There is only 2 people in mid lane right now. It's not just Sylvanas. They do have almost all their all of Norseman's players in mid lane. Looks like Baron might be getting pushed out here.
Baron is like playing on the back line right now, just putting a little bit of pressure and trying to do like a little pincer if they try to back up too much, if they take a lot of damage. Sylvanas pulls in the Ares into the tier 2 tower, taking a lot of damage, was able to do a lot of damage to pull him back, but not enough to do anything off of that. Baron is really engaging onto the Sylvanas, doing a lot of damage. Circuit dies because, and we did not even notice this at all, the Hachiman as well as the Hades decided to go and push up left lane a lot. Don't know if the Hades DC'd or just was walking in to try to like jump over, but dies to the Kernos. But the Hachiman is able to clean up onto the Kernos and kill him. Going on to the Baron, doing a lot of damage, using his ult, trying to get out and doing some damage. Ooh, getting a triple kill right there. Nobody is close enough to try to get that quad for him, but was able to clean up a lot of their team as well.
Let's look at the player stats. Let's see how much damage each player is doing so far, especially in that Circuit and the Hachiman over here. With player damage, the Hachiman with a 46,000 player damage, that's very high. Circuit with 36, that's even more impressive, especially for a jungler. And having that jungler position, making sure that they are well fed, especially in the beginning of the game, really helps out throughout the game. As you see right now, we're in the late game phase mode. Any misplace or misplaying can really affect your loss or win in this game.
And as you can see, the Broncos were able to get Fire Giant off of that massive team fight that they won, as well as picking off a lot of people and really staggering them. And this is going to really help them, especially in the next team fight, and if they want to push into anything. And with this as well, you can see from a lot of the team on the Broncos have their relics up, which is going to be really hard to deal with, as well as the Norsemen not having their actual relics up, which might hurt them if they don't play very carefully. They were able to get the Oni Fury, which helps with the minions doing a little bit more and adding a little bit more pressure into lane. But we'll see with this. Suitor is playing a little bit too close. He's by himself in the jungle.
He's out of position. I don't think he should be playing there.
The Broncos don't know though, so they did not decide to engage on him. They could have easily picked him off if he wasn't careful and decided to back up.
We do see both Norsemen and the Broncos looking like they're going to be engaging in a big fight in mid lane. I think they're just going to be trying to end it here. No, looks like the Norsemen are going to go Fury, probably going to take objective, but it is down. They might not notice it. They might just get the time instead.
Well, if you didn't notice before, Jesus, the Norsemen actually got Gold Fury before. That's why they got Oni. Kernos pushed a little bit too close and got picked for it. This is going to really set the Norsemen back in this team fight, especially if the Broncos decide to really engage in hard pushes, because they're going to be down a carry, which is a vital damage dealer into this that can just tear down their tanks and make them back up. But without that, it's going to be a lot harder to burst down the tanks.
So for those, for the audience out there, if you don't know, the longer the game goes and the longer the respawn cycle, meaning if it takes a longer time for them to come back into the game. Both characters are able to come back, but they have this Ares amount of time.
This Ares got a big pull, got 2 of the actual objectives, got 2 of their relics, doing a lot of damage to the Hades, but the Hades is just playing like that, just trying to get them all to go on them so he can use his ult and just catch him off guard, killing the Ares. And now they are deciding to back up a bit, maybe do a little bit of damage onto the Titan. Hachiman almost getting killed because of the Serket, but now they have already middle Phoenix down. Other Phoenix just now respawned, but they still have a lot of pressure to actually go on to. Serket trying to get that kill on the Hachiman, but was not able to do a lot of damage with that because she wasn't able to get that auto off, that auto attack. So the Hachiman is able to stay alive, but dies to the Baron whenever he hit his 3, which did just enough tick damage to absolutely just kill him.
I think right now the Broncos just need to disengage right now, especially when they lost their damage to their carry, the Hunter. I think they're looking to, it is a 3v5 or 4 situation, but they still have both Norsemen still have all 3 of their damage dealers out here. I feel
but that's the thing as well. They have their damage dealers, but they don't have anybody in the front line with them. But the other thing is that they still have Titan that they can fall back on as well as Phoenix, but it might be the safer play for the Broncos just to back up, regroup, and just re-engage onto a fight. Either fight for this next Fire Giant and force that to happen, or if they don't even try to contest, to just go for that Fire Giant and absolutely have that advantage whenever it comes to the next team fight. We see that both teams are slowly making their way, actually going in on the Baron, seeing if they can catch him out, pulls him with the grab, doing some damage. Nuwa going in on him, gets hit, but the Lancelot comes in right behind, doing some damage onto the Baron, absolutely demolishing him. Sylvanas misses his pull, but the Nuwa is able to clean up onto that Baron and absolutely set them down. I think right now, I don't know if it's just getting to their mental end or just right now it seems like the Norsemen are just mispositioning, playing too far apart right now, and just aren't playing as a team what it seems like, and it just feels like the Broncos are just doing that a little bit better in this game 1.
So Norsemen right here just needs to calm down. I think just the positioning is just a little bit difficult for them, but anything can happen. They can turn this around. They do have a very good team comp, a very standard Smite team comp, if I say so myself. Having Ares, a very heavy tank-based character that also stops them with mobility. He really likes slowing down the game, especially for those hunters and the junglers that are just roaming around. We do see Broncos looking to try to end this. They are pushing up. They might be regrouping and just going in and trying to end it all. Norsemen over here just waiting for their Baron to pull up, and hopefully they do take out and win this team fight.
Yeah, right now it seems like the Northmen are having to play a little bit passively and everything. If they did try to start engaging, they would have been able to have the team fight in their favor with a 5v4 because the Hades was nowhere close, but now is right on top of them. Got the Sylvanas beads with the Ares ult, but wasn't able to get anybody else with that. Hades is playing onto the sideline into the jungle, seeing if he can clean up or do some damage, put some massive pressure. Hades goes in, uses his ult, big ult with 2 people, killing Suitor, killing the Ares, killing both of their tanks.
Is this going to be a team wipe?
Now going in, taking care of the Phoenix, doing a lot of damage, just playing as aggressively as possible. They can end this right here. Got 3 picks. Only Serket and Kurnos are alive. Just going onto the Titan, doing a massive amount of damage. Serket trying to go in, doing some damage, kills the Lancelot. Serket dies to the Hades. Kurnos doing as much damage as he can, kills the Sylvanas, keeps on going, gets damaged heavily by the Hachiman, has to run away, and they're now doing a lot of damage to the Titan, but they are, it seems like they're a little bit passive because the Kurnos has been able to just get that lot of healing from the tower, kills the Hachiman, and is now making it look a lot more winnable and pulling it back for his team to come up again and actually re-engage for another team fight. That was a massive play by the Kurnos. He was able to start picking them off one by one, and maybe it's because they were just focus on trying to end instead of being careful of the Colonels, and maybe forgetting that he is still a carry and can do a lot of damage and can just absolutely shred if you let him.
You can't just be standing around, especially for Lunas. He's a stand switch, usually meaning that he has 3 different modes. He has a healing mode, he has a slow mode, and then he also has a damage increasing mode. Especially when you have that auto attack increase, meaning that he can attack faster. Especially with the items that he has, those things are very dangerous in a team fight, especially for the Broncos.
Oh, 100%. And right now, the Norsemen are in a really good spot right now with being with their whole team alive, while the Broncos are just now coming up. They could try to force a fire giant, but as it seems from the minimap as well, the Norsemen are just a little bit spread out, not playing really tightly together as a team to really push an objective. They're all kind of like spread out right now. Colonel's on the right side, but as you can see right now, they are actually starting to group up a bit. But from that push, they weren't able to really get anything, and now it's back to both teams trying to win this next team fight. If the Broncos win this next team fight, I think that might be game.
We have to wait and see. If we do see this Sylvanas, he is looking for that pull. He's trying to adjust. He is trying to be that game maker, playmaker over here, just trying to see if he can do anything. With an ult.
The wall users are all getting a little bit of damage. Hades playing really aggressive. Looking, he probably has his ult up. Probably wants to go in and get at least 2 or 3 of them into his ult to pull in, just to tear them away and do as much damage as he can for his team to then like follow up on them and kill them. But luckily the Norsemen are playing a little bit back, playing a little bit safe, not trying to get caught by that pull from the Sylvanas or from the Hades. But we'll see how this team fight goes. Hades goes in, gets one person, the Baron, but they get out. Ares walks into the Hades zone, gets damaged a bit. Shooter in their backline, trying to go onto the Hachiman and Nuwa, but taking a lot of damage instead. Hades is getting bursted down by the Colonel, gets absolutely destroyed. Nuwa goes down, but the Hachiman kills their Suitor, but their Sylvanas is now getting attacked by the area. The Colonels getting those stacks, but the Hachiman just destroys the
I've not seen that in a while. I've not seen a Hachiman just one-shot half health Colonels, especially when he himself is doing well.
Honestly, at this point, I couldn't even tell you what I saw. All I saw was I blinked my eyes and the Colonels was dead and sent back to Fountain. That is absolutely insane. And right now it is a 3v1. Cirquet walked back. Ares is kind of by himself trying to push up right lane. Makes sense. Baron is following up behind him. Hachiman doesn't notice that and is gonna go onto the Ares, see that kill and see if he can actually do that. Ares misses his pull, but now the Baron can see. But now the Hachiman can see the Baron and decides to back up. Ares took a lot of damage from that. Decides to ult. Gets the Hachiman. Hachiman is taking a lot of damage and gets bursted down by the Baron. And that is all she wrote. All of them are down. They can push this right Phoenix for themselves and get that. And just like that, we talked about this before, Jesus, but it really comes down to these late game fights. And once you lose that, you can lose all momentum, and it just turns in favor. It's just really goes down to who has the better team comp and who is actually playing together perfectly and better than the other team. And as you can see from that last engagement, the Norsemen brought it back and were able to catch them out and play just a little bit better.
Especially that Ares. The Ares had a big play setting up for the Hachiman, getting that pick off him. Making him go back to Fountain for at least 1:10. That's going to be very big. But I don't know. It looks like Norsemen just didn't. They did take out that first Phoenix. And that is very, very a risky, dangerous spot for the Broncos right now.
And right now, it seems like both teams are kind of eyeing Fire Giant, making sure that they can't just go on it however they want. But as they notice, there are Fire minions pushing up onto the right lane, so they aren't able to do really what they want. And from this, you can see that they are trying to engage on the Fire Giant, trying to get this for the next team fight. So Vonis is trying to push up, see if he can get a cheeky either steal on it, going in, but they use both of their ults late and absolutely miss it. Just wasted 2 ults. Lancelot is going to get picked for that, so Vonis has to just walk out, and they just need to back up, or they will just get caught out. Baron is going over to mid lane, it looks like, trying to catch out that Hachiman that he saw there. And it seems like they are going to try to chase. They know that he is somewhere in this left jungle by himself, while he knows that he should just recall and get out of there as fast as possible.
A good play on that Hachiman right there. That would have been a very scary scene. 5 people running at you, I would have run myself too.
Exactly, you don't want to take that type of fight. The Norsemen are now going for the Oni Fury, which is going to be really good, especially with those minions into the right lane. If you don't know, the Oni Fury, if you are able to get that actually buffs up your minions and has them do a lot more damage, have a lot more health, and make them more formidable, which makes it perfect for pushing objectives as well, which is going to be a scary thing, especially with the Fire minions on the right.
Right now, as you are seeing, it looks like the Norsemen are trying to turn the tides here, especially with that pull. But Hades just a little bit out of position. He does get chained, but the Ares just lets him go.
They know that Hades has an ult. They know that if they try to go onto him and force that, he's going to use his ult, and they're going to have to use beats to get out of that, or they might pay the price. It's not a fight that you want to take. So it makes perfect sense that they're just going to let the Hades go, do a little bit of poke damage, and just absolutely try to just force him out of there. And just like that, the Serket, the Kernanos, and as well as the Suitor were able to get mid lane, mid Phoenix as well with those Oni minions. From like what I said before, they are a formidable opponents and are really good when it comes to actually just pushing objectives. Hades at half health now, doing a lot of damage, getting a lot of damage. They got all Phoenixes, burst down the Hades, and is just absolutely wrecking, just like that, just from winning that one team fight, and then being able to pull off all these different objectives, as well as then winning the next objective with the actual
picking off the
Fire Giant, doing a lot of damage, but he gets picked off by the new wall. Baron trying to get some heals off of that, but misses it and backs up. Hachiman is now back up. Bright Phoenix is up. We'll see if the Serket is going to try to go for it, and they take it down. All 3 Phoenixes just recently died. They are going to have their timer for a while they have their Phoenixes back up as well as a tower. So from this, it is really, the sides have been shifted tremendously with the Norsemen now being in the lead, having all that pressure, having fire minions in all 3 lanes, and just needs to win one team fight to push into the Titan and end game.
For the audience out there, once a Phoenix is down, those little minions that you're seeing going up in the lane, there's 2 different versions. There's the normal versions, which is just the ones with no fire, and then there's the fire ones, where they do a lot of damage and also have a lot more health. Dealing with those things, even at a high level, is still difficult, especially if you're not building damage items or certain things to stop them. As you can see, the Sylvanas is struggling a little bit just to get them out of the way. It's going to be a very hard time right now for the Broncos right now. But I still believe.
Yeah, this is at this point we have seen this match has had highs and lows for both teams. And both teams right now are just, it is a wonder. They are doing so much. Going on the Fire Giant again, the Norseman, and the Sylvanas coming back around, seeing if he can try to steal it. Maybe he's going to be a little bit faster. Uses his ult, and it doesn't do enough damage to secure it. Uses it a little bit preemptively, and is getting attacked. Has to use his bees to try to get out. Gets ulted again. Gets a triple ulted, and just gets demolished because of that. And now they have Fire Giant once again. They are down a tank, and they are going to be pushing heavily onto
This is looking
this.
very scary for the Broncos right now, especially not having that front line tank. It's going to be very difficult. Hopefully, the Broncos out here are just going to make sure that they misplay and just play smarter than the Norsemen, especially right now.
At this point, you have to take, like, anybody you have to play pretty good to try to dodge all those abilities, not take a lot of damage, catch the people that are out, but we will see. Broncos might be able to still pull it back. They just have to either wait 43 seconds or try to get off. The Lancelot is playing really aggressive and gets picked off by the enemy team, noticing that he is way out of position and that they can just capitalize on that. And now the Lancelot is down for 80 seconds. That is a tremendous amount of time, and they still have 25 seconds on the Sylvanas. It is a 3v5 situation, and they are just doing damage now. They are either going to try to kill the Hashime. Hashime goes down. All of them are just going down. Looks like it is the Norsemen's win, beating the Broncos and pulling it back heavily in late game whenever they were really on the losing side during early game. And this just shows you that even through a
very good start,
you still have to bring it back through the finish as well. And this just shows you that even if you are getting, like, losing during early game, to not give up, because you guys can always bring it back during late game.
Especially in a game like Smite, very similar to Overwatch. Anything's possible. You just got to play smart, make sure that you aren't misplaying or out of position, making sure that you are paying attention, that your team's right there with you, and holding and hoping they come in and save you.
Exactly. So, and with this, we'll go on to a little intermission, and we'll be back with the second game out of the set.
So, Norsemen will go ahead into the Smite playoffs, and Broncos will be looking into the a different bracket. Hopefully, they do win off that bracket. And I will say a very good play-in match for both teams. Very skilled players on both sides.
Sorry about that from misspeak from Jesus. We still there's still a couple games left with this bracket with the Broncos as well as the Norsemen. Right now it is 1-0. It is whoever wins this set it's best 2 of 3. So Broncos still have a chance. They just need to win this next game and try to pull it back with the other game, and we'll see with how this goes. We will be right back to whenever they get the next game going, but stay tuned. That was a great, amazing first game from both teams, and honestly, I'm excited to see these next this next game. We'll stay tuned. Hey everybody, we are back right now. The games aren't starting just yet, but we decided to come back and just do a little bit of commentary for a bit while the team is actually just taking a little bit of break after that game, that really intense game actually, which was amazing. I love the team fights that are going into it. I love how like the team started like actually going after the people that were like by themselves and stuff. What were like some of your highlights, Jesus?
I would say that Savanis, man. That Savanis was a mean green machine. He was not missing any of those balls, even in the later stages of the game. Just it amazes me how hand-eye coordinated these players are.
No, yeah, it is actually ridiculous, and like it makes sense that you were like looking at that Sylvanas a lot since you are a more of a Guardian player, and he was hitting a lot of his grabs, especially in the early game, just getting picks on that Ares as well as the Chronos. That was really impressive. I think for me as well, I was looking at a lot of the Circuit, but that's also because I'm a more obviously like jungler like person who I'm a very selfish player when it comes to trying to get kills and trying to hard carry and Smite. So that's I was looking at that. I was seeing how that guy was playing and was being like, man, this is actually crazy. This is good gameplay right there.
I just love the mechanic plays, especially into that secret play. She knew it's a very hard thing, especially for characters. Those auto attack cancels. Those are very high end techniques that pro players do on a daily, and these players are doing it with ease as well. It's a very interesting thing for both teams. And what I mean by that is certain characters attack at a certain speed. So what the players would do is they use a sequence of certain abilities. So let's say the Cat, she likes throwing her toxic spit and then dashing and then hitting. That would be a combo. That's what in Smite terms would be some form of auto attacks. Just hitting, ability, hitting, and then dash. Those are things that, especially for Tsuket, she's a very high mobility character.
No, yeah, that was like really impressive to see as well, just for the fact that like her kit revolves around that so much, and seeing the Circuit player doing that so often, and we're able to win almost every 1v1 I saw. The only time where it was like caught out was like maybe one time whenever I was watching, or when she was getting caught out, it was whenever there was the whole team that just collapsed on her, and that was the actual thing. But overall, I think both teams played really good. It was a really intense game that just went back and forth. It was like a tug of war, where it's like you didn't know who was like what was happening, and it could have changed from team fight to team fight.
Yeah, just understanding those team fights and making sure that you don't get picked, because it's a big hindrance for your team. Making sure that you aren't out of position and just holding on to each other as much as you can. I will say this: both carries were playing their games excellently. They were doing big amount of damage, using the right amount of abilities, and choosing their ultimates wisely in those team fights. That Kunos using his ability, that little circle of light that you see. What happens is if anyone's in that range or little area, they just turn into a pig, as you saw. They just go running and squealing around. It's a very funny ability, but it's a very effective one as well.
Yeah, I think what I liked about that team comp as well is that they had ultimates as well as like abilities to just get out their purifications, so the other ult can really take advantage of that, which was pretty smart on their part, as well as like the Chronos had like a really shaky early game, was really getting caught out by a lot, but he was able to bring it back, do a lot of damage, show them that like, hey, I might have been out like in the beginning, but don't mess with me late game. I'm here, I'm standing here, I'm proud, and you guys should fear me. That was very, very nice to see.
Well, we do seem like the second game is gonna be starting. Sorry about my misinformation. It is best 2 out of 3, so we're gonna get right into it here.
We're just getting into getting ready to spectate real soon. Just getting the actual game loaded up. Should be coming up here soon. So we'll be looking forward to this second game here soon, whenever they get everything running up and we are able to spectate it. And we'll see if this is actually going to be the Norsemen's win, or if the Broncos will be able to bring it back and really bring it into a third game. But we'll see how that goes.
As we are gonna go back into the gameplay into the second match of Broncos versus Norsemen.
That's right, Jesus. We are back with this. As you can see, with their bans this time, the Norsemen actually banned out Hachiman because of how much of a problem that he was last game, which is a pretty good idea with how he was playing, as well as a Nemesis and a Kronos.
Very good bans, especially target banning. I will say I was even afraid to even go against that Hachiman. He was just doing a big amount of damage, as well as him just not missing his boosted arrows, which give him more range.
Yes, as well as a buff as well to his autos as well. As you can see, they're going into, it seems like the solo as well as the support are staying the same. Saw that they got value out of the Ares and the Suitor, wanting to keep playing them, doing a lot of damage, while the enemy team decided to go with a different comp this time, going into an Odin, Thanatos, and Danza. But we'll see what their mid lane and solo are going to be, because I think the Thanatos will be a jungle. Who do you think is going to be their kind of like solo lane that's going to be? Do you think they're going to go Hades again, or do you think they're going to try something else?
I think the Hades was working, but it just wasn't there enough. He was just being able to get out of any situation, especially when they're just colliding. He was just unkillable. But I don't know. I feel like they might have to change it up, especially with how the Broncos had that early start on them.
Exactly. I kind of agree with that. Like the Hades were working for a time, and he was really bullying out of the solo lane. But the problem was whenever he was going in on the team, and it was just him in the back line, their carry was just able to burst him down, because it's just a still target that's just going to get shredded from him. And so I think this time they might have to switch it up. But the Hades into the Odin combo is always a good combo to see, especially whenever they just can't do anything about it, because it's either if they have a jump, they have to jump like over it, but a lot of people they don't, so they just get stuck in there. Even if they use bees, they're just gonna get caught by that Hades ult.
Oh, a Cleodna. I haven't. She is a very interesting character, especially for a jungle role. She's gonna be very, very hard to detect around. She is a very high and skilled character to use. I feel like the Broncos here are gonna have to be very careful in warding, like they have been the past game, just warding areas to making sure that she does not get those easy kills on them.
Exactly, and as you can see as well, they were scared of their Circuit, so they banned them. And as it shows how much of a threat they were, let's see if this player can actually pull it on with Cleono. If their Cleono is just as good as their Circuit, we'll see. They went Artemis for their carry as well for the Norsemen, and they're going to have to play very careful whenever it comes into the late game going against that Odin, because if they aren't able to take care of that Odin wall and get out of there fast enough, they're just going to be stuck in there and just get bursted down by the enemy team.
We have a problem again. Just give us a moment. There seems to be a technical error on Smite again. It might be like this for a bit, but just give us a moment to fix it, and we'll be back.
It seems like that's just how Smite is. Don't worry. We'll just take care of that real quick. We should be back into the game pretty soon. It might continue like this, but with that, I still want to talk about their picks. Artemis, I feel like that is a really scary character, especially with the slow, as well as how much she gets off of crit as well. But that Danza is still a very scary pick with all the amount of mobility that he has, as well as with his ult. He can just get out of situations so fast. It makes him a really safe character. But we'll see how this game goes. What are your thoughts about the picks that they have so far?
The Atlas. I feel like they're going into a bruiser type. I feel like they had enough, especially that Savanis. It seems like he had enough and just said, no more Mr. Nice Guy. Now it's me, the big boss, that's going to be coming and just doing everything he can just to do as much damage and tank at the same time.
And that's a very scary combo. You don't really want to go into that, but we'll see how this goes. We'll be able to see how this next thing is going. I think the Broncos, they had a really good, really strong early game in the last game, but I think what started happening is that either during the late game, whenever they lost that team fight that started making the Norsemen actually started coming back, they might have gotten a little bit flustered, started like panicking a bit, not contesting certain objectives and stuff with the team. It seemed like really their team kind of lagged behind in trying to go into that and actually stop them from taking objectives to take those very game-winning like fire giant steals or other things like that. They just kind of let them have it a lot of the time, which is during those like late game team fights, that is not something you really want to do. It's not something that you kind of want to give out. So we'll see this time how they if they with that break they're able to get their mojo back, if they're able to like mentally reset and do this. I have faith in this game to see how this goes, and I'm sure that they're going to show a spectacular performance on both sides. What do you think, Jesus?
Yeah, especially the Broncos. Like my co-host was saying over here, Iverson, they had a very good early start. It's just a matter of mental game that's gonna help. They know what they're doing. They've been playing this game for, I don't know, quite a bit, just enough where they're playing it at a competitive level. It does seem like they do have a thought, a very safe and hard hitting mage, especially for the mid lane. I would hate to be the person fighting that Thoth.
That is very true. Thoth is a very tough character to play against. Very safe, does a lot of damage, has a lot of range, but I won't be sleeping on the Rajin Jesus. Remember, that was a Baron Samedi from last game, and he was putting in that work. I am sure that this person has an answer to that, knows how to play around the Thoth, especially since that is a very popular character to play as well during games. They've probably played around that to know how to go against that.
For both banning phases, as you saw at the bottom in the beginning, it seems like both teams were just target banning. They're just afraid of each other, showing that they're both know how skilled each team is. It's a very, very interesting thing to do, but also this game is going to be spectacular just from the start.
Our game is being very
a little slow.
Stuttery
like
right now. Having a little bit of issues. Sorry about that, folks. This is... I don't know why it is doing this, actually. See if there's anything that we can do to get that a little bit fixed. Seems like the Odin got a first blood. Don't know why it is actually getting this stuttery. Maybe
it looks like we might have to reset here.
Let us try to get this figured out real quick. We'll show the brackets here, and we'll try to get on this so we can get back to the game, so it's not so bad like this. We'll be right back. Okay, everybody, it seems that we might have fixed the issue. Luckily that it's restarting the little spectate so we can actually see what we missed out on.
So, yeah, let's continue with our past conversation about the Rajan, right?
Yeah, the Rajan. I think that he might have a plan for this as well, or maybe he wasn't expecting to go against the Thoth. We don't really know. We saw that they were picking people that it seemed like that might have been a trouble pick for him as well, like getting rid of that Morgan Le Fay and other people like that. So I think this Rajan might have a plan for this, but we'll see later on in the game. If you notice as well, with these, like on the left side as well, you can see the Danza pulling in the XP camp for these guys so they can get to lane a little bit faster without having to backtrack as much, trying to like be very efficient with the farm. Well, it seems like the other supports are going for purple first and then dragging everything else back. I think this is going to hurt them right now with trying to get to lane. And it's going to actually hurt them a bit instead of just dragging it before, while these guys have already finished the camp and actually going into lane.
So we do see the Ares and the Solter again, just playing the same characters. Still not a bad pick. They were doing enough. The Solter was doing his job on at least pushing and engaging that fight, especially in the solo lane. Once you play on that lane and you do well going around.
You can see the Odin going onto the Solter, already level 2, just going in and bullying him, and gets the first blood over in solo lane,
giving him
really
a lead.
Already giving him a lead, as well as having all those minions as well that the starter wasn't able to get, might be even pushing it back, but he does have teleport and is getting back to lane pretty fast. Let's take a look over in mid right now, where they are doing a lot of damage. Turns out actually that over in duo lane, they were able to get the pick on the Artemis. Like I said before, the Artemis is just she doesn't have that much of a kit to basically disengage from herself and get out of situations as fast with an escape.
Yeah, just making sure that she has to play very careful. She can't be out of place in this position because she can easily get picked off, even with her self buff that gives her more crit damage, right, as well as a little bit of a movement speed.
Yes, I believe it does give crit damage, movement speed, and attack speed. Artemis is just getting caught out again, getting damaged by the Danza and the Atlas, not really knowing what to do and just having to back up. Might have to retreat to Fountain again. Taking all that damage and is losing out on
farm
XP and farm once again. If we saw on the kill feed as well, the Thanatos actually got another kill on the Suitor. Suitor is just getting bullied in lane by the Odin as well as the Thanatos. Don't really know what to do about that and already losing the level lead again. Like I said before, the Broncos are actually just have really good early game. They know how to apply pressure in their lanes individually and just making sure to really catch them where they're out. Atlas going onto the field, but Luna just gets out, doing some damage, but then just backing up for the poke with the Thanatos coming in right now.
Let's talk real quick about that Cleona character. One of very good jungler characters, especially because she has a passive which allows her to go into walls. A very interesting concept, especially in Smite, because while she's in there, she does take damage.
And the Artemis is actually getting attacked by the Thanatos and use beads a little bit later than probably she should have. But even with the beads, she was not able to get out. And like you said, the Cleona does have that ability to go through walls, which makes it a lot easier to go in through the jungle and getting through places that other probably people can, as well as staying safe and getting out before others can really go on to them.
She's just going around, sneaking around. Hopefully she's just able to do whatever she wants, and it seems like they're gonna allow her to do what she wants to do, especially for the Norsemen last game. I'm pretty sure that Cleona was the Circuit. It seems like she's gonna be engaging a lot, not engaging, but doing a lot for her team.
And right now, it's a little bit early to say. She is putting like a little bit of pressure, but right now the Norsemen are kind of behind, not able to really losing. Basically, already down 4 kills with the Artemis as well as the Suitor. Already kind of down in levels. The Odin's already level 6, while the Suitor's level 5. It's a level difference, and might be hurting them going into mid game unless they can start getting those picks to then actually do some damage. Atlas and Donza going onto the Artemis again. Artemis not being able to do. She isn't even level 5 yet, so she doesn't even have ult to get that CC immunity. And the Donza just with his level 5 is able to just go onto her and just absolutely clean up that kill, which is a very devastating blow.
We are seeing a bit of a difference here, especially in the duo lane. Having that Ares is still good, but just landing those chains are really going to be effective, especially for the Danzo when he has so much mobility. Those chains stop the Danzaro from running away, and it just slows down his game style.
That's the thing as well. With his actual 3, the Donza's 3, that keeps him, gives him haste and everything. So whenever the Ares does actually hit him, he still stays in that speed up form. The only time that it happens is if he walks out of it, where he becomes that leaf, that will actually take his effect and slow him down again. So we'll see how this goes. This Artemis is going to have to play really safe, not going to be able to really push up as much as she would probably want to, and is probably just going to get bullied. Rajin getting hurt, had to use his beads, got grabbed, but if only he knew the Thoth was gonna dash like that, he wouldn't have had to use his beads to actually get out. Thanatos actually blinking onto the Rajin, trying to get that kill, wasn't able to, and gets hurt because of it. Leona trying to go in on the Thoth, but instead gets caught out by the Thanatos, who used his ult, and Leona having to use both her ults, but she was able to get both Thanatos as well as Thoth's ults. And just again, the poor Artemis right now just getting bullied by the Donza and the Atlas. But as we've seen before, this did happen last game whenever they were playing Kernanos, but in the end, they were also the people that were making the plays and making sure that they were able to get that win for their team. So they may be down right now, but don't count them out because they can always make a comeback just like last game.
Yep, especially just like last game. The Norsemen just doing everything they can and playing well. The Soldier just trying to hold out, just trying to disengage, just not wanting to fight that Odin. There is a bit of a level difference right now.
Yeah,
but not much.
It's by a level, but that level does matter. It does give the Odin more power, more health, more mana, more defenses. It is like, it may just be a level, but you can't discredit that as well because that could make the difference as well.
We are seeing, it looks like they are trying to go for that pick in that mid lane. Oh, Odin
uses ult, but wasn't able to do damage to the Suitor during that time, and the Suitor just gets out free because of that.
I just want to acknowledge that Suitor did a really good play using that wall to stop him. And as we see, Thoth getting a pick off the Rajin in mid lane. Oh, game.
Trying to use his ult, trying to get that Suitor, but unfortunately misses. It looks like they're trying to kill. Cleona gets that kill on the Donza, dodges the ult, is trying to go through, gets hit by the Atlas, gets hit again by his ult, but that is not enough damage to actually kill him. Danzo's coming, rotating onto mid lane, seeing if he can get that pick. But the Cleona dodges just in time to get out of there. Really watching that lane, making sure that Thanatos doesn't just dive on him once again. Thanatos trying to just steal some buffs, and now Atlas rotating in on that Artemis. With that, Thanatos also rotating, seems to be trying to rotate in, but decides not to. Actually might be caught out by the Donza and the Atlas. Atlas dashes onto this, trying to... Artemis didn't even try to dodge that, and instead just let herself get grabbed, use her ult, use her beads. but she might still be dead. The
Cleona
Atlas,
coming
nope,
up.
The team decides to come in and is able to feel for the Artemis being very
Very
low. Might be honestly, if that thought decided to come in, they would have been able to kill. Ulting onto the Donza, trying to ult the Atlas, getting him ult to him, pulls him back in the middle of his ass, wasn't able to do that, and Atlas gets cleaned up because of this. With the thoughts trying to ult, but misses everybody and
Giving
not
a-
able to do anything.
giving a lead to the Broncos, or my bad, to the Norsemen right here. It looks like it might be the same matchup where they're just going to be going at it and at it to the point where they're going to be standing each other's ground, especially now that Artemis, late in mid-game, she does get a big boost in damage and is very viable in those team fights, especially in late game.
That is very true. Right now, I will say the Donza as well as the Atlas are doing a really good job in just stopping the Artemis from doing anything that she really wants. Always going in, making sure that she can't push how she wants to. Already got first tower onto left side as well, and it has just immense pressure just onto them, which is making it hard for the Artemis to actually get XP and gold to actually do anything, as well as the Suitor just also getting bullied in lane by the Odin and the Thanatos, making it hard for him to do things as he wants as well.
Odin being a very difficult player to go against. He just has everything. He's a one-man army. He has defense, he has power, he has damage, and he's very tanky. He is one of those gods where it's very hard to contest or stop him if you give him a lead.
Yeah, he is a very scary character, especially with how fast he gets his cooldown, especially if he's building cooldown reduction. He's able just to get his shield up all the time, as well as his lead, which makes him a very safe character to either engage into people or as well as get out just as fast while doing massive amounts of damage. If we see over here, it looks like the Cleona is going on to the Donza, was almost able to pick him off, but the Atlas is able to pull for him, doing some damage, trying to back out now before getting too focused on and dying. Donza less than half, but is able to get out. Doing just a little bit of poke damage onto them, making sure to keep them off of their Cleona and just to apply just a little bit of pressure. Artemis just playing a little bit too close for my comfort. She's playing very close. Cleona doing a little bit of poke damage, and the Thanatos deciding to ult. Who is he going to ult for? Who is he going to aim for? Artemis, but he misses and is just starting to get ulted. Doesn't have his ult or his bees and gets picked for that, shutting him down.
A big lead for that Cleona. He's going to be feeding her and just giving her a lead, especially now when he's doing well. If you saw and noticed, the Thanatos was 2-0. That was that had a bounty on him. He had a 2-kill bounty, which is going to be given to that Cleona, which Cleona also has to be careful. She is 3-0, and if she does go down, that's going to be a big lead for any of the characters on the Broncos team.
And just like that, we saw the Donza also going in on the Artemis. Artemis not able to do much against a 2-level lead, which now is probably a 3-level lead. This Donza just has a lot more mobility and is able to just apply so much more pressure than the Artemis, as well as while she is a low level now, she's not able to do much. And it is the same with the Suitor right now, with the Odin just applying a lot of pressure, doing a lot of damage to him, and is just keeping him out of lane, which is very, very tough for them. Thanatos got the kill on the Cleona, got that 3-kill bounty on her, and as well, it might be able to get out, but instead turns out to die to the Rajin.
Rajin coming in to help. As they also see Ares with a good pull on the Atlas, is Rajin just doing as much damage as he can, bursting him
just
down.
Damage. Atlas now getting damaged by the tier 2. Rajin taking the long way, which is going to lead him, or the tier 1, but the Atlas is able to get out for free. as well as the Donza now over in left lane, over towards their tier 2, just able to do whatever. He is snowballing very hard, level 14 already, and that is 2 levels higher than the Norseman's highest level character.
Oh, is he using? Oh, yes, he's just using Nold to get out. And one good of the examples that my co-host over here, Iverson, was talking about, that great mobility that he has to get out of anything.
Yeah, he is a very safe character, able to get out whenever he pleases if nobody steps in front of him. And just like that, he was able to get out pretty easily. The Cleona is trying to go onto the Donza, gets taunted instead, doing some damage. But will she be able to kill him?
Ooh,
but is not able to clean up on the kill. Donza is able just to get out, and now the Cleona is getting surrounded by
the Artemis
everybody,
is
but
looking.
she's able to get out. Artemis looking for the kill, trying to go on, but instead is getting turned on by the Atlas as well as the Thought, and the Donza gets out for free.
Great save by that Atlas player, just doing whatever it takes to make sure that the number 1 player, or the Fed player,
Yeah, and
isn't
Vanto's
dying.
getting hurt very much and dies. Artemis getting the last kill, which in turn will get her some more XP and maybe even get her back into the game to start doing some damage. Ares ulting, being able to pull the Thought who didn't have beads up, doing some more damage, but their Thought was able to get out. Atlas playing more aggressive because they have the Donza that is able just to do a lot of damage. Fiona going on and doing a little bit of poke, but deciding to back up. Odin jumping onto the Ares, trying to do some more damage. Now the Atlas going on, trying to go on the Rajin. Ares is stuck into the Odin ult and dies because of it. It wasn't able to get out and gives him a free pick. Cleona is doing a little bit, playing a little bit aggressive, putting a little bit of pressure. Rajin uses his ult. Atlas is backing up because he saw the Artemis. Artemis is getting taunted, gets hit by everything, just getting bursted down and just dies because she was just a little bit out of position and a little bit too close to the front lines than what she needed to be.
Looks like Thanatos did not engage. I thought he would be looking into the... I think we went into a timeout. Yeah,
Might have went to pause for some reason. Not too sure why that happened.
One of them
turns
DC.
out the B-dubs, which turns out to be the Artemis, DC'd, so they are trying to either get them back in.
All right. With the game pause, how do you think this game is looking so far?
Right now, I think it is in the Broncos' favor right now. They are just able to have such a nasty amount of pressure, just doing whatever they want. The Donza is already getting such a major level lead and is able just to shut down their other carry. And that's really the person that you really want to go after, trying to stop them. And it just feels like a lot of the people on the Norseman side are just getting bullied out of lane and not being able to do much.
Yeah, that is very true, but you gotta also remember that the Norsemen were also the victors of last match. Things can turn around. I think what the Norsemen are doing is they're waiting for that late game and hopefully getting enough pressure and just surviving just enough so they could just turn things around.
I would agree to that, but the thing that I am thinking about is that what they had before in the last match that really helped them was the Circuit that was able to take on those 1v1s that were able to really just shut down a lot of their players. While with this, the Kelowna is a good pick, but it does not seem to have as much of a hard carry potential like how the Circuit did in the last game, where it seems like the Cleveland was able to go in there, do some damage, but they're not able to finish off kills, which is the main problem whenever they're trying to shut down somebody. And it seems like whenever they're fighting the Thanatos, it doesn't seem to be, they don't seem to be winning those 1v1s as how they were as a Circuit, where they were able to really burst them down still have a lot of health left over to go in to engage another person or to get out. While with the Cleona, it seems like they're 1v1ing somebody, but they are both left to very weak status and leaving each other.
Yeah, the Cleona is just doing enough damage, but she's not securing those skills. And then it does not help at times. Missing at least one of those abilities can be detrimental into obtaining that kill.
Exactly. And that is the biggest problem right now. And before, it was the Cardinals would still be able to play safe because they still had a dash to escape and were able to kind of get out of there and reset. But with the Artemis, they don't have that. If they get dived on, they need people there to peel for them, or if they have to use their ult to get them out of those situations. But with how much they have to, the Broncos have to just very dive onto them and keep on chasing, the Artemis is not getting any room to breathe.
Yeah, Artemis is a very good character. She's a very good beginning character to learn. She's simple, but that also means that she is simple to counter, especially. And she just needs to decide on how she's going to be using her kit with her traps, laying them out enough where they help her and actually learning how to place them in her advantage.
I agree with you with that. With it is a like Artemis can be a very simple character and also simple character to counter with people to dive onto them. But I think that you're forgetting that Artemis is a very strong character, and in the right hands, as well with a team that is playing around that Artemis, the Artemis it has that ability to shine. But the problem is with right now, it seems like the Artemis is just playing by herself, getting it out of position, and then getting caught out of position instead of playing with the team and having the team play around them to keep them alive.
I think right now the Norsemen just need to probably focus on the Artemis and try to get her up, feed her as much as they can. And I am hoping to see them, change their play style, especially with this DC. They have enough time to actually think and actually probably talk about what they want to do. Both teams are just well coordinated and good skilled players.
I think the thing that is also going to be the deciding factor is if they can even get to late game. Because with how it looks right now, they are doing a lot of damage. They might even be able to get to late game faster than the Norsemen, which was gonna really set them apart. And yes, the Norsemen have a very strong late game and are able to really come together as a team for those big team fights, but it's going to be for not if they aren't able to even make it to late game, which is going to be the deciding factor with how early game the Broncos are having this much of a presence.
I understand, especially when it comes to that. Just play style is really gonna be a matter of who wants to win here. Uh, like we saw past games, Broncos very strong lead, but it's on them to keep that momentum and mental state to just keep pushing through it.
Exactly. Especially, I've had those games before where it's like I'm in those times where I'm getting focused a lot. The enemy team is always on me. I'm dying a lot because of that, and it's a thing of making sure to keep your mental in. Like this may be happening to me right now. I may be getting focused right now, but I can bring it back. I just have to change my play style if it's not working with how they are playing, and if they are trying to counter me like that, I just need to bring back my A game, make sure that I can get to late game so I can get that heavy damage boost, and then I will show them what's up, which they have shown us before, and hopefully they can show us again in this match.
If you would give me a moment, I will be back.
Seems like they're having a little bit of technical issues. I don't know if Jesus is going to go and check that out just to see what entirely is happening, and we'll give you an update with that as soon and try to hopefully get the game going as soon as possible again for you guys. Hey everybody. Turns out that we are having some technical issues right now with the gaming stations. We're trying our best right now to get those back up and running and to actually get the game going again for you guys. Really sorry about that. Hopefully you guys can be a little bit understanding about this, and we'll try to get it back up online for you guys real quick. We're just going to put it back into an intermission and then get everything situated. All right?
Hello everyone, we are back and we got everything all situated right now.
Yeah, it seems like the computers are back up and we are able to actually get back to where we were, back to where there's Atlas. They have a 4-man right now going down mid lane, putting a little bit of pressure, but now backing out from that, knowing that there is a suitor either pushing onto right and putting a little bit more pressure everywhere else.
If you look in the right lane right now, we see the Thanatos and Cleona just going at it, just deciding whether they want to fight. But it looks like Cleona just said, no, I'm not going after you. I'm just going to go and rotate and help my friend. And probably collapse on that thought that's by himself. Nope, with the Zabaru with him over there. But let's see what this Cleona is doing. She's going into tower. Is she going to engage? No, she's going to go back and retreat and then wait for her team to come up.
Yeah, it seems like she's just going to back up now, which is the smart play to do. Just kind of back up. You got the tower. No reason to overstay your welcome and wait for them to come in and collapse on you. Just back up, regroup, and then try to put some little bit of pressure on other things.
Hopefully we see the Scylla maybe just engage on that Dazumbaru since he is by himself. But as we see, we have an Odin on the Soter. Soter using his ult, running away, making sure he's out of that ult, and just staying back.
But deciding to not engage on the suitor, and instead is just going to sit here and try to put a little bit more pressure. Rajan coming in with the assist, trying to help a bit to actually keep them off of his lane.
We just seen Odin just gonna be backing, just going back to get an item. Let's see what he might be getting. The Zomber over here on left lane just doing as much damage to the tower, hopefully trying to take down the Artemis with it as well.
Artemis playing a little bit more aggressive, using her ult, going in on the Donza, but the Donza does too much damage, using his ult, going in and killing the Artemis. I'm not gonna lie, that was not the best move by the Artemis. He is already 4 levels higher. Should have waited until the Ares came in, but maybe just got a little bit too greedy, got a little bit kill hungry right there, and died because of it. Donza running around and trying to beat back with the team so he doesn't get caught out.
We are looking, it might be looking like they might be trying to engage into a team fight here, but I will not recommend that for the Norsemen, especially when they're down a player.
Exactly, as well with this Donza just having so much pressure and being so over leveled, he has snowballed super hard this game, playing exceptionally well, but that's not surprising to say since they were the Hachiman before that was absolutely frying last game as well, and just shows that they still got it. They still got it. They still got the plays. They still have the mechanics down. Even if they ban their Hachiman, they are still a demon with the Hunter.
Especially now, looks like Norsemen are trying to look and try to get the... What are those, the Phantoms on gold, right? The Oracles.
The Oracles.
Oracles. It looks like they got stolen by the Thoth.
Actually, I believe that the Norsemen actually got it with the red light that's over the Gold Fury at the moment. That should mean that the Norsemen or the Chaos side has gotten that. The suitor is ulting out, trying to get out, but they're chasing him so very hard, and the Thanatos actually gets the kill on there. Rajan coming in to try to help them, but was just a little bit too late and was not able to do anything to save the suitor.
Thanatos using that.
And Donza using his ult, going in on Artemis, actually taking a lot of damage, and almost died because of it. And actually that Artemis is doing a lot of damage, able to get off a lot of shots and almost kill the Donza. But we'll see if that keeps on going. Getting hit by a lot of different autos, got the trap, but wasn't able to clean up the kill and died instead.
That Artemis has to be careful. She's giving that Don Zabaru too much control, especially when he just hit level 19. He is a couple of items in and he's almost full build. That's going to be scary, especially if they're trying to go for that late game play style.
Exactly, and did you just see that Leona just went on to the Thoth, killed him. He was not able to go out. Now they are doing a 3v2, going in on the Atlas, the shooter, trying to kill him. The Thanatos actually ulting and trying to go in on the Ares, doing some damage. Odin uses his ult and is trying to do a massive amount of damage. Use his shell to get out, and they are able to get out of there. Leona getting hit by the scythe and just deciding to back up because they are too low. And the Rajan and as well as the Suitor just kind of doing, pushing up into lane, and the Thanatos steals the speed right there.
We are looking at a very big difference this second match. It might be looking into the favor of the Broncos, but like we have stated once again, anything can happen in these playoffs.
As it is, if they do get a kill on the Donza, they will be getting a massive level and gold from that big bounty. But I'm not going to lie, Jesus, with how this game is going, I'm not going to lie, they are getting kind of cooked by this Donza. They just have been snowballing this whole time, and there's just no signs of stopping. It might be too late, but like I said, the Norsemen can make me eat my words and absolutely just demolish in these next team fights and absolutely do whatever they can and outplay them. Santos going ulti. He blinked in. Leona trying to get out, but then gets caught out by the Donza, and the Atlas dies to them. And the Rajin kills the Thoth. And it looks like the Atlas is trying to go back, trying to get on the Suitor. Suitor using his ult, trying to get out of there, going in, hitting the Atlas. Atlas gets the Rajin, throws him into the Odin. Odin tries to dash out, gets stopped. Ares gets his ult, gets 3, I believe, purifications. Going in, it is a 4v4. They are both down 1, but the Norsemen are low health, getting pushed back. They might have to push back to the fountain to get healing before they can do anything, while the Broncos are pushing over to the tier 2 on the right side and planning to get that before anything.
They are playing well and smart this time. They are playing objectives. They did learn from their previous match on what they should be doing, and they're doing a really good job at putting that pressure on tower, forcing all of them to engage into that right lane and just retreating. A very good call, especially when all of the Norsemen are there.
I think as well as that, what they're doing a little bit better as well this game is actually noticing whenever the Norsemen, whenever they're trying to push into other lanes and trying to get like a sneaky tower kill, and instead rotating on that, seeing that beforehand and making sure to rotate to stop that from happening before they start getting too far and taking a lot of their, getting a lot of pressure in those lanes, which is really smart and good of them to do.
Atlas just roaming around looking at what the Norsemen are doing. The Norsemen are kind of deciding on whether or not they want to try to take this gold here, knowing that the Atlas is lurking. Like Leona is just walking around, looking around, making sure that no one's around to try to steal. I think she notices the Atlas. Yep, she sees Atlas. Atlas just retreating, just debating what to do.
Yeah, they're putting a little bit of pressure, trying to get like as much space as possible to maybe go onto the Gold Fury. It looks like they're trying to, might be thinking about it, but there is the Donza pushing into left lane, and we can actually see if he's actually going to be able to get out, and he does. They weren't able to get that cheap kill on him. Donza's playing really safe, knowing when to back up whenever it needs to be, and when to actually engage. He knows what fights to take and what fights not to take.
That was a good ult on the Artemis, using the ult to at least get away from the Atlas, especially when they had 2 of their players, the Thoth and Thanatos, pulling up right behind the jungle, lurking to try to pick off the Artemis.
Yes, and that is one thing that they're doing really well in making sure that the Artemis is not able to get anything online, is staying under leveled, and it doesn't have a gold lead at all to really take advantage of to really do anything. If we look over at the graph right now, we can just see the amount of XP and gold difference and how much the Broncos have in comparison to the sorry, my bad. To the Norsemen. They're
Odin
going in onto the Odin, but like I said before, the Odin is a very safe character who has a jump as well as a shield and is just able to get it up as fast as possible. As you see, he just used his jump and then used it again. He is just a very safe character that is able just to get out of those sticky situations. Donza actually going onto their Phoenix. They didn't even notice. They were too busy trying to go onto the Odin to see that the Donza is just was able to do that. Donza is now getting punished for it and dies. That is a huge kill for the Norsemen. The Cleona and the Rajin got that. They got all that XP from that. It is going to be very huge for those two.
You see Odin out here again by himself. Nope, with the Atlas right behind. Like my partner here, Iverson, has said, Odin is a very, very safe character, especially right now when they're down a player.
Cleona seems to be trying to go in on the Thanatos, doing a little bit of damage, but the Thanatos is able to get a decent chunk of his health back with his scythe. Playing a little bit too close to them, taking a lot of damage, misses his scythe, and is deciding to just back up instead. Odin playing real close, getting attacked by the Cleona, but decides to back up as well. Thanatos ulting. He might be looking for a pick, looking at the Artemis, but decides to back up instead of engaging onto that.
Looks like Norsemen are trying to go into, and the Broncos took good fury from the Norsemen.
And they seem to be going in. The Rajin almost getting the kill on the Odin, but gets stopped by the Atlas. Atlas is getting pulled back. Does he have his beads up? Yes, he used them very late just to make sure that they thought that he didn't have beads up. Starts walking past her, and we're able to steal Gold Fury and get out of there for free. Notice how they are starting to retreat. Noticing that the Donza is trying to go onto Phoenix once again, doing a lot of damage, almost killing the Cleona. Artemis trying to engage, make sure that he doesn't push up to try to kill the Cleona without that, but Donza gets out for free.
Donza is putting a lot of work, taking the objectives out one by one without the team noticing. While everyone's out there, they're just giving Donza the chance to do whatever he wants. And you know, him being the Hodgman beforehand was very intense, and he was a skilled player, but they also focus on him. Now they're just letting him do whatever. Oh, he does go down. The Cleona does get a pick on him.
Donza did play a little bit too up over in right lane, but luckily his team was able to go and get the Pyromancer. Is that worth it for losing your player that is doing the best and now getting the enemy team also up to par with you? I'm not too sure. We'll see how this goes for them.
Both teams are doing really well at picking good items to counterbuild each other. Let's look at the Atlas. Atlas went with an anti-heal, making sure that the Cleona and the Artemis isn't healing enough so they don't overheal or just do whatever they want.
I see that the Atlas as well has decided to pick up a Spectral Armor for any crits. So the Spectral Armor actually decreases the amount of crit damage that actually gets happened towards you, and it seems like he picked that up expecting the Artemis to go build into crits. Seems like the Donza is pushing very heavily into left lane or into left jungle, trying to look for somebody who's either just not expecting him to be there to get a easy kill, or to then try to go for, oh, yep, going in, engaging onto the Cleona, half hitting her, almost killing her, and then now making his retreat because he doesn't know what else. Artemis is taking a lot of damage, dying, taking a lot of damage from the Donza. Donza almost dying because of that. Thoth just going in and finishing up on that Artemis.
That Donzo needs to be careful now. They are heading into that late stage. I think the Norsemen might be able to make it happen here, but I don't know what to say. They did take down the Phoenix, and it is a team fight happening right now.
Yeah, right now, Thanatos is almost dying, but again, this is like I was saying. Oh, but the Rajin gets the kill, cleans up, and Suitor seems to be trying to go onto the Donza, but notices that the team is far behind him, so decides to instead back up. And what I was trying to say before they started cleaning up on those kills was that is like one thing that I noticed that they aren't doing that well on which is cleaning up kills. But the Rajan just made me eat my words with that. But it seems like every time they are getting somebody who is very low, they aren't able to finish him off, and instead they are able to get out free every single time.
We are sorry for the loud cheers here. We are next to the Mario Kart, and it seems like they are also having a very good and fun time over there. If you guys are wanting to watch that, you guys can watch it on my college, MCC Esports. On Twitch.
Yeah, as you can hear from all those cheers in the background, this seems to be a very intense game, just like how these games in Smite are being just as intenseful.
Odin over here just messing around.
Odin going in on the Artemis to see if he can do a little bit of damage to her, get her out, and she is way far behind the Ares. Ares is just walking back, turns around trying to peel for the Artemis. Artemis gets into the ult, gets the Phantom Shell off. Artemis is trying to back up now. Thanatos diving onto the Artemis, knowing that she is just to shut her down. Artemis having to use both relics just to get out of there without dying. And still ends up dying to the Atlas. Atlas grabs onto the Rajin, start doing damage with the Odin. Odin putting a lot of pressure. Odin getting pulled back from the actual Ares ult, but the Rajin was not able to do enough damage to end him. Leona picks off the Donza and actually finishes him off, putting him back in his seat for 56 seconds. Odin trying to do some damage, getting and stopping them from actually going onto their team, but takes a lot of damage in turn. Sitting there waiting, seeing if they are going to be trying to go in, trying to steal some buffs. But as you know, Odin is just going to get that jump up again and get out of there. Thanatos jumping on the Rajin and cleaning him up. Didn't even expect to see him there. And is just doing a massive amount of damage as well, getting him out of there. Suitor goes down with his ult, but then gets ulted by Thanatos and gets executed right on the spot and dies. Absolutely tragic.
Now that's a counter to a counter right there.
Right there.
The Broncos are just taking control. They were losing that momentum. I just feel like that Don Zabro just needs to stop pushing on his own. He just needs to gather up and make sure that he's team fighting. He's not snowballed no more. They are getting into that late stage where the Norsemen are getting their items up, their power up, and doing enough damage to stop them to do that. Especially
and the
right there.
Just got double ulted and died to the Ares and Artemis. And I totally understand what you mean. The Donza should start playing with the team a bit more instead of going for the back objectives and trying to go for that. At this point, this is the part of the game where it's going to be very beneficial to then stay as a team and go into these team fights to then wipe them, so it makes it easier for you to then go onto the Titan and game. Because at this point, both teams are now getting into late game, both getting into their final build, and is able to actually start bursting each other down pretty effectively.
Yeah, as we see the Broncos here trying to get the Primal Go Fury. Is that the upgraded version? Am I right, Iverson?
I don't believe the Gold Furies are upgraded, but there are different types of them. The Primal Gold Fury is one of those Furies that actually make it so your damage to objectives, being towers, Phoenix, Fire Giant, Pyromancer, or other things like that, you are able to do a lot more damage to them and are able to burst them down a lot more effectively.
We are looking into this as we see Atlas is going up, looking around, making sure no one is doing anything or trying to steal. He notices them, the Rajin and the Ares at Fire Giant. He wards their Sentry Ward. Is it a Sentry Ward or a ward?
I believe it might be a Sentry Ward. Seems like both teams are, most of their team is pulled up together, trying to have a kind of filling each other out, seeing if there is, but the Norsemen are down 2 players right now. Both players are over into the left jungle instead, and if they try to take this team fight, they might end up losing that unless both of them decide to come in. Suitor is on the left side trying to protect left lane from any Donza that tries to come up through that way to just take out Phoenix.
Are they going to have a team fight here in mid lane? It may be looking like that. Odin's just watching and taking those traps, making sure that none of his damage dealers fall into him and fall into a big trap and get killed themselves. That is what I like to call a good tank and a support role tactic. You know, taking those small hits, making sure that no one gets caught lagging or gets picked off.
Exactly, because if you leave those traps be and one of your squishies, or if somebody, especially in a team fight, walks into those and has to stay there, they're going to take lots of unnecessary damage and might even die from that. Leona going in the back, Thanatos having to back up, taking a lot of damage. But will he decide to go in? No, he decides to just back out of there. Leona getting hit by the actual Thought. Odin getting hit a lot. Will he try to dash out? Cleona getting the hit, but wasn't able to get that finishing blow. Thanatos getting hit, dies because of the Rajin as well as the Suitor jumping onto him, and the Broncos having to back up now. This is exactly what we were worrying about with how, because the Broncos started playing farther apart, not pushing objective as hardly, and not playing together as a team. It seems like it has brought up to the Norsemen to actually getting into late game, having their full builds online, and now being able to contest with them, when previously throughout all of early game to mid game they weren't able to do almost anything to the Broncos.
Yeah, we are seeing the Norsemen. They just survived long enough to get into the late game. We might be seeing a lot of Artemis putting in more weight. Though she is 1-11, she could be pulling that back and go even, maybe even close to you.
We'll only have to see throughout these times. Going through the stats right now, from what we're looking, it seems like Odin has most of the damage on the team, while on the enemy team, there is the Donza. Going into this team fight, the Odin is putting a lot of pressure onto them, and the Ares as well, pushing them all the way back. Artemis up to the front lane, might be taking a lot of damage, getting pulled in, taking a lot of damage actually, making it very scary. Soth uses his ult and misses the Ares completely, putting down that big ult. Artemis getting hit in execute range and dies to the Thanatos. They're going in. The Donza is taking a lot of damage, dies to the Ares ult. Sir Rajin and Ares are very low. Backing up, Clearno is still almost full health, but everyone else is so much healthier on the Broncos. Thanatos goes in, misses, Clearno gets hit, half health, getting hit by the Atlas, but was able to get out of there perfectly safe and sound without dying. Ares just walking over there, misses his ult. Rajin dives on the Thanatos and just ends him, puts him down. He may be the god of death, but right there, Rajin is the god of death and absolutely put him in his casket, lowered him into the actual grave, and he is gone, deceased. He will be having his funeral in a week.
Especially right now, Rajin being the lord or the god of thunder and lightning. Very loud, very enthusiastic, very going in his face, just rock and rolling with his drums and just destroying him.
Exactly. And that's all you can really ask for from the Rajin player right there. He's doing his job, and he's doing it well. Going into this, I don't know what they're planning to do. It seems like the Norsemen are trying to go into the tier 2 tower for left lane, trying to put a little bit of pressure on there. But the Donza, Atlas, and Thoth are back in. But it seems like the Suitor Zeus is all either trying to get engaged, but decides to back out instead. With the Odin trying to wrap around and trying to jump onto anybody he sees that might be a low health, jumping on and misses the Ares, and the Ares gets out perfectly fine.
Just by a millisecond as well.
But this might leave them open to go for the Oni Fury with no one else to contest them, and it does seem like they're going to try to go for it and get those buffed up minions so they can either go for a push or try to go for a different objective while the enemy team are worrying about those minions.
We are looking over here at Atlas, just watching all of the Norsemen over here. Just Ares hitting Odin with a chain, stopping him, slowing him down. Soter with an gonna go into Odin, hitting him. As you just saw, Odin just jumped over the ult, just saying, this is nothing but a picnic walk.
Seems like they used the Suitor ult and missed it, wasn't able to get that much value from it. Going in, starting to engage into the team fight. Suitor taking a lot of damage, as well as the Artemis already half health. As long as the Artemis can stay out of range and make sure to still do a lot of damage to their front line or even their back line who are out of. Donza using his ult, going in onto the Ares. And they are now starting to engage. Thanatos using his ult, trying to aim for the Ares, executes him, puts him in execution rate just right away. Cleaner backing up, really low health, might be getting caught out, dies to the Thanatos. Thanatos and them are pushing up right now. Odin is very low, one shot, but doesn't die just yet. Ooh, and the Artemis tries to go for a sneaky kill, but then ends up dead from the Donza. Can't be disrespected to Donza getting that close like that. You're just going to end yourself in a world of hurts.
You gotta remember, Don Zabru is a demigod of greed. He is a greedy little raccoon. You gotta be careful of that. If he sees you're putting your hand in that cookie bot and he wants it, he's gonna take it.
As you can see right here, he's being very greedy, going back, and he was able to get out of it. Actually, Suitor has his ult up again, diving onto the Donza, killing the Donza. Thoth trying to come in to help get him out, but is unable to. Thoth going in on the Suitor, but Suitor is just too tanky and is able to get that Thanatos very low. Rajin going in on them. It is a 2v4 situation. Will they be able to make it? Will they be able to defend this Phoenix? Will they lose? That's all questions we are asking right now. And it turns out that the Broncos do not want the smoke. They are backing up. They would rather take their losses right now and try to go in at a later time whenever they might have Donza, or with letting their team be all fully healed before everyone else on the Norseman side respawn and come in to the attack.
We do see Broncos over here just contesting, just getting all of Norsemen to just back off. I feel like the Broncos are trying to do a big fight here while they're waiting for their Dalzabru to come up. And as you see, the Atlas engages, and Claudia hitting on the Odin. Soldier Odin looking like to engage on this fight. Is he gonna get Thoth?
Thoth getting hit, knocks up, dies to the Cleona. Cleona backing up, getting the Odin. Odin dies. Only people are left are the Thanatos and the Atlas. Thanatos decides to back up. The Atlas walking back. Danza walking over towards the Atlas, but will they be able to just back up? Or it turns out actually the Norsemen are going for Pyro. They could go for, if they're very greedy, go for the Fire Giant, but it does not seem like they might be going for that. Atlas is watching. I would oversee if they decide to go on Fire Giant. But we'll see.
I would be careful here, especially when there's only three of them. The tank, their assassin, and their Dazabro. The Dazabro that's just doing whatever he wants. I don't think the Norsemen are gonna engage on that. They just don't want to have that fight, though they do have that man advantage.
Right now it seems like would be a 5v3. They were looking over, they were walking actually over towards the Gold Fury, might be aiming for that, but instead the Artemis plays a little bit too close, dies to the Atlas, and the Sur actually starts going over and trying to fight the Danza, putting a little bit more pressure, getting taunted by his two, and it's getting a massive amount of damage from the Thanatos, dies to the Atlas ult, and the Kaluna goes in, gets ulted again, and dies to the execution for Thanatos.
Now that's a three-piece, if I say so myself.
It's very unfortunate because that could have went right in so many ways, but unfortunately the Norsemen just played too far apart and were caught out because of that.
I would say for the Broncos to go for the Fire Giant. They have 5 people up. The Norsemen have 3 down. All of them a minute left, 30 seconds still. But even then, they should be able to engage on it. But it looks like they're just going to be trying to go for the mid lane, Phoenix, and just take it down.
They might be able to see an end here, and that's probably why they decided to go for Phoenix instead of going for Fire Giant. But it seems like they don't have quite enough pressure right now to actually go for it. They are going for it now, diving into the Phoenix, trying to go for it, seeing if they are able to. Danza just now gets over there to start doing some more damage, but Danza is also half health. They just need to back up at this point. Rajan going in, but misses his abilities, and the Broncos almost all get out for free.
I will say this now. It looks like the Norsemen are in a pickle right now, especially since both Phoenix... Oh, no! The right Phoenix just came up.
Seems like they have at least one Phoenix up that is very low health. Middle Phoenix is down. They're going to have to play very safe to make sure that the Danza doesn't try to go into try to kill another Phoenix from one of the other sides while they're trying to do a team fight, but we'll see if that happens or not.
As you can hear, Mario Kart just finished with their races. It was a fun and exciting, intense matches over there, as you guys can hear in the background. Everyone enthusiastic, passionate, and screaming their lungs out about the games they love, Mario Kart. Over here, it looks like the Ares is out of position. Odin just contesting on him, making sure that he's running Odin with the Atlas and Cleona over there trying to help and engage on them. He does, and the Ares does get away, uses his shield to get away, but the soldier pushing in, engaging, just making sure that he's still there and pushing him off that Artemis. Just going back and engaging. Atlas going to the right lane. I wonder what he's doing. He's looking at the Atlas. I think they're going to land the Atlas. Oh no, the Ares is out of position, making sure he's going to get down. Is the Odin going to slow him down? Get him? Is this a kill? No. Ares with the ult pulling in Odin. Odin's might get killed. Nope. Just jumps over the wall. Nope. Rajan pulling with an ult.
Decides to engage on him, getting the taunt off. Leona coming in and cleaning up on the Odin, making it into a 5v4. And are slowly looking for any other people that they can go onto. Instead, actually, they are going onto the tier 2 tower on the right lane and are able to get it. And it seems like they might be trying to push into the Phoenix as well, but noticing that the Thoth and the Atlas are right next to them, going on to them.
Norsemen over here playing really well, playing against the odd, baiting and doing a hit and run tactic, just doing poke damage, and then running away, and then getting them. As you saw, the
Rajin gets the Danza, who was trying to push up middle lane and ended up dying for it, being a little bit too greedy, and is costing him right now, which means that the Danza has been down for most of the team fights, which is in turn making the Broncos lose a lot of their team fights because they don't have the hard carry, the heavy hitter that is able to take care of that front line.
That Don Zombro needs to slow down. He needs to pay more attention on what his surroundings, that game sense, especially in this game of Smite, is knowing where your enemy's at and what they're going to be doing. You got to be careful not to be out of position, especially like that.
And it seems like the Norsemen are now going for the Primal Fury, trying to get that, maybe even to destroy some of the towers easier, or even try to get for Fire Giant later down the line. It seems like the Atlas is going to try to walk up and contest, but he's getting pressured out by the Leona and was not able to make it in time to try to steal the Fury.
Norsemen do taking Primal Fury will give them a good boost, especially for them, especially on doing damage on those towers in Phoenix, especially when they still the Broncos still have their tier 2 towers still up.
Now this is getting to become an even match once again, getting very close to which team is going to be playing better during the team fights and is able to get those necessary picks on the squishies or even the frontliners to change the flow of the battle. Artemis getting pulled, pre-beats that, and luckily to get out of that, but Odin is seeming to chase but decides to back up instead. Cleona behind both of them. Danza getting hit a bit, Atlas as well, but they decide to go back, going onto the Odin instead, making sure to kill him, and he gets knocked up, uses his ult, gets stopped once again, but then the Suitor gets picked up and might get ulted by the Thanatos and end up dying, getting executed. Yes, but the Thanatos dived in to the middle of the team and then gets punished for it and dies.
Odin gotta be careful, he is
and
low.
The Artemis gets the dog, cleaning him up, killing the Danza. Now there's only Odin and Atlas. Odin very far away. Atlas is running away back to the hills, back to the fountain, trying not to die, and the Odin gets picked off. Now it is a 4v1. Almost a deicide, and it looks like they're trying to go for Fire Giant now.
It is a 1v4 right now. Atlas got to pick wisely what he wants to do. Does he want to try to get the steal the Fire Giant, or is he gonna get himself killed? Hopefully, the Cleona looks and sees the Cleona might be chasing down the Atlas. Maybe Atlas is just wasting time, making sure that he can
all trying to see if he can go and steal it from them, but in turn it misses and isn't able to steal the Fire Giant. Leona actually is chasing him, getting him very low, might be able to kill him, and ends him, and now it is a deicide. Everybody is down. The Atlas is down for 80 seconds, which is a really long time. Cleona is going to be pushing right lane while the other teammates are going to be pushing into middle Phoenix, getting both Phoenixes down. They might even be looking for the left lane tier 2 tower.
I was going to say this may be the end of it, but no. The Thanatos and the Thought are just up. Looks like the Norsemen are just picking off the towers, getting off those tier towers and getting 2 Phoenixes up. Though the Norsemen still have their Phoenixes up. The Broncos still can't turn this around if they start playing like a team and grouping up. That Don Zaburo needs to be careful and not be out of position, especially when that Thanatos and Rajin are just focusing him.
Especially that. It seems like, again, the Norsemen are playing a little bit better, and the late game playing a little bit better as a team. It seems like by themselves in the lanes, they seem to not do as well, get pressured out, maybe, and during late game, that's whenever they come together as a team. They know to trust each other. They know who to go on to. They have that communication of who is a priority target and when to dive on certain people, and they are able to follow through with that as well.
Arjun just getting damaged, just trying to do his job, trying to get anything that he can to get an advantage, especially on the Broncos. The Norsemen are in the lead right now, but the Broncos can do a lot more. I feel like the Broncos has a better team composition compared to the Norsemen right now.
This is getting into an intense match. It seems like it's heading into the same direction as it did last match, where the Broncos were very much ahead in most of the game, and even in the beginning of late game started doing a lot and started picking off and getting phoenixes and stuff. But it seems like the Norsemen, anytime they are back into a corner like this, whenever it gets into the late game, they know when to show up. They know when to act when it's time to show them what is going on and when to show up as a team to pick off everybody and win those team fights, those crucial team fights.
The Norsemen are here to play and win. They are here and meant to be in business now. They just need a little bit of warming up. It seems like
going onto the Cleona, and the Cleona decides to use her pre-beads, going onto the Thanatos. Thanatos gets picked off, but as well as the Rajin, one of their star players, dies as well. Cleona, very low, very low. Artemis uses her ult, gets the Donza, kills him. Now it's just the Odin. Odin dies. Alice dies as well. Only person now is Thoth. While he has to worry about also getting back to his base to not die, there are also Oni minions attacking the Titan, getting him very low, while also there are 4 enemies that are still alive, going onto the Titan, and just going to end the game, leaving it to the Norsemen winning this set for 2-0. Norsemen 2, Broncos 0.
It's an unfortunate game for the Broncos, but like I said, both teams did really well. It's just a matter of putting that pressure and knowing when and what you're going to do as a team.
No, both teams played really well. It's unfortunate that they were up that far into the early and mid game, and even most of the early late game, but it just felt like the Norsemen just pulled it all together and were able to just win, like pulled it together as a team and just knew what to do and just played a little bit better together.
Well, that would conclude this game. The Norsemen are going to go in the lead up ahead, and the Broncos are going to go into
the consolation bracket.
Consolation bracket.
All right. Well, this was a great game. We'll be going into intermission, and we will see you guys again at the next game.
Hello, everyone. It's Jesus, aka Young Soul again, but I am gonna have a different co-host over here.
Yeah, for at least a short amount of time here, you are stuck with me, Nate Rodemeyer, also known as Coach Roadblock, so our other caster can go get some food in his belly before he gets back on the microphone. So, we are in, the picks and ban phase right now, so
Yes.
what are we seeing here?
We are seeing a Thanatos and a Baron. The Norsemen's two good characters. Thanatos was doing pretty well in last game or their last match actually. Over here with the Rams picking Hachiman and Fenrir. Or
Fafnir.
Yeah, Fafnir. That's a very interesting pick. You don't really see a whole lot of Fafnir. Let's see. They did pick
Bakasura.
Circuit. Yeah, Bakasura. For the bands for the Rams, it looks like they got Circuit, Bastet, and Cleona. They are really afraid of those jungle characters. That's a very surprise. And for the Norsemen over here, they got Anubis, Hercules, Kwang, and Arachne. Very interesting picks. Carnonos band.
Awesome. So you're saying that this is the Rams over on the left here?
Yeah.
They've mostly banned out junglers?
Yeah. Looks like they're picking some hunters, some basic standard hunters that do deal a lot of damage.
Mm-hmm. See a little bit more variety in the bands over on the Roland story side.
Yeah. So for the Norsemen, it looks like they went Vermana as their fifth band. Vermana being one of a really good warrior tank characters that got a recent, not recent, but an old change. Instead, in his ultimate, instead of healing, he gets shields over his health, and on top of that, he's also tanky.
All right, looks like the picks are finally fleshing out here for the team. So the Rams are going to pick up Tyr and Scylla, and they've actually swapped who's playing who. And then we see Ares and Martikoras getting picked up for the Norsemen.
It looks like the Norsemen are doing what they know best. They still have the same support and solo players still playing the same characters.
Okay, are they all five playing the same, or is there a little bit of a shakeup?
There's a little bit of a shakeup.
Okay.
At least one of them is not playing their usual hunter.
Okay.
At least 4 out of the 5 on the Norsemen are playing their best characters. I'm assuming are their best characters.
Sure. And did we see any target banning that you were aware of? Did you see any of the Roland story players get targeted for certain characters down here, or not?
I would say the Circuit.
Okay.
The Roland players had a mean jungler on the Circuit. She was just doing whatever she wanted, just pushing and getting farm in any jungle she wanted, and they just couldn't do anything about it.
Okay. Now, are we hanging out here until they enter game? Or are we just kind of on a little bit of a delay since we're the spectator? Or?
So, from what I'm assuming is, like me and my other host had, sometimes Smite will load up perfectly, so what we have to do is back out.
Okay, and then spectate again.
Yep. So, sorry
Sounds
about that.
good.
I'm going to a little intermission right here.
Yep, and we're still here, but we'll bring the game screen up here in just a second once we're spectating the game once again. Yeah, I think you had to capitalize it. All right, so we should be queued up to spectate that match, and then we'll bring the game screen up in just a second so you can all see it. But we are just currently waiting on that timer to tick down as their game begins. Looks like they may still be hanging out in the lobby, perhaps.
Yeah, so how the game's set up, once you leave the spectate mode, what happens is sometimes it glitches out, so you can't go. So every time you try to respectate again, it just goes back to the beginning.
Okay.
So we go back to that pick phase as
Sure,
you're
so
gonna
we'll see the same picks and bans as we
Yeah.
just saw. Now, this is because Smite has a built-in 160-second delay, right? So we're
Yep.
basically waiting out the delay right now. So how did Roland Story do in their previous game? I assume both of these teams won their previous game, right?
Yeah, it's very
Okay.
interesting. For the Rolands, especially, they were really looking into that late game, meaning they were just waiting for the game to be at its end peak, because
Okay.
they're picking characters that were engaging, and also they weren't doing really good in the beginning, but they were looking long term rather than short term.
Yeah, you bet. We'll be curious to see what we see from the Greene County team, if they're also a late game scaling team or if they try to push a little bit earlier. We've seen some really long, drawn out Smite matches this morning due to exactly that, where both teams seem to be scaling for late game. Both teams are spawning in their bases and choosing their starting items here. We're getting a handle on the spectator cam. It's a lot of information, but not the friendliest to operate here in Smite.
If you guys do give us a moment, we are having a little bit of a technical difficulty with the Smite camera right now. Please be mindful.
Minions have spawned.
Sorry about that, guys. We're having a little bit of a difficulty right here.
All right, yeah, we got the controls figured out here. So we are looking at kind of the early game phase here. Looks like Hachiman and Fafnir going off to the jungle to pick up this camp, maybe?
Yeah, it looks like they're going into XP, going to that Scorpion, getting that gold buff, especially for them. The Rams, it looks like they're going to a big league, especially when Nolan over here is just getting farm as much as possible. He is pushed up. Is the Factory going to engage? No, he just disengages and lets him be. Let's go into the middle lane, see how the Baron is doing. He's just getting oracles, just getting that XP farm. He engages on the Scylla, landing a root, hitting her with the combo, that Baron combo, which can be scary.
Yeah, melted her to about half HP. Now, a lot of what you see at this early game, obviously if you get a pick, that's huge, but what you're really trying to do is pressure your opponent so they can't do what they're trying to do. And so if that Scylla has to back off, or especially if she gets forced to go back to base to heal, that's a lot of time wasted for one team.
looks like the Baron is just letting her be, going for the oracles and just making sure that he's getting well fed, hopefully stopping that mid lane from doing anything. Thanatos looking to engage on the dual lane over here. It does hit the scythe on the Hachiman, gets him, but the Hachiman pulls back and just lets him live for today.
That could have been a really scary gank. Like Thanatos is going to sneak back around. Going for the XP camp.
Let's still see over here on duo. It looks like Ares is doing quite a bit, making sure that he is protecting his teammates. Sorry about that.
Anytime you see one of these players enter the tall grass, they're hidden from their opponents as well. So when Ares was in the grass there, he was invisible.
Yeah, that is actually Manticore's ability. What it does, it makes sure that he gets hidden and doesn't let the enemy team
Ooh, they got split and the Ares is getting chased.
Ares is really low.
Oh, and there comes the Bakasura. Is he going to get the gank? Bakasura is pretty fast. He's closing the gap.
And down goes Ares with a pick. Looks like Bakasura is going to be ganking on the dual lane to the left. Is Manticore going to push back? Yeah, they're pushing him back. Ooh, he does get away.
Yeah.
With a small sliver of life left.
Small sliver of life. He's going to go hang out under the protection of his tower, and he's going to wait for his own minions to spawn up here so that we're going to go.
We do see the Manticore is pulling back. As we see, the Scylla is low. The Thanatos missing the scythe by a mile. Bakasura engaging right behind. Gonna be going after that Thanatos. But the Thanatos is as fast or even faster.
So Bakasura is going to pivot and take out this camp as well to help with Fafnir. So your Rams are going to be farmed up here a little bit. If you look at the gold differential in the top, the Rams have 16,000 gold, almost 17,000. Red team just broke into 16,000. So there is a little bit of a gold disparity there. Both teams do have 2 kills.
Yeah, as well as if you do look at over here, we do have the little bit of statistics going on, especially in mobile games like this. It is looking more in favor onto the Rams side, especially in gold and the XP experience. As you can see, Roland is like their previous match. They are just waiting to get into that late game. They're just waiting as well. So is the Rams. It seems like both teams are wanting to put everything down on late game.
And we are in for a long match, ladies and gentlemen, if that is the way this game continues to go. Looks like both teams leveling pretty decently here. The Rams have a slight level advantage over the Norsemen. And then the Scylla getting the pick there is going to increase that gap just a little bit more.
So what can you say so far, Nate, especially that's going on? How do you think these players are going to be playing?
I'm seeing a lot of early aggression. So even though I think it is going to scale in the late game, I'm seeing a lot of early attempts to gank and mess with people while they're in lane phase. And unfortunately, we saw like the Thanatos try to do it twice, and he just kind of whiffed it both times. So if he can manage to land or execute a gank successfully, it's going to be pretty scary.
Yeah, especially when you have a jungler that's always lurking around. It seems like the Rams jungler, the Bakasura, seems to know what he's doing. He's getting those XP camps, getting as much farm as he can.
Ooh, here it is. This is what I was talking about. Now, Thanatos didn't know those two were there, and so he's going to escape.
But he is going to wait. It seems like he's waiting for one of them to... Oh, no, but he backs away, knowing that he will die if he does engage on those two. Especially with that Bakasura with his ult. And right behind that ult could happen Hachiman's ult, where what his ult does is he gets on a horse and has a CC immunity and has a cone-shaped targeting area where his arrows just auto-target whoever's in front of him. Let's take a little look on the solo lane. Let's see what the Soldier is doing. Soldier over here just making sure getting farm, holding off the minions off from his tower, while Tyr's just leisuring out, waiting in the back, getting I don't remember what it's called. I think it's called a charm the solar lane charm.
Mm-hmm.
What it does, it helps the minions get a little bit of health as well as him. Ooh, Tyr just
Fight over
throwing
the
him
Scorpion
up.
camp. Now, Tyr's a lot tankier than Surtur.
Yeah, Sultur is more of a self-sustained character, but Tyr is just a hard character to go against, especially in the solo lane. He's very
Both swinging their giant swords.
yup. The clashes of the big swords. Let's go into mid lane. Looks like Baron just playing with the Scylla, just backing off, just getting minions. Thanatos waiting for the Scylla to push up and misplay. He's just lurking and waiting patiently. He does engage. Is he going to throw a scythe? Looks like the Scylla is going to be playing. Does throw a scythe. Hits a minion, but is waiting. Scylla just pushing up. Ooh, the Baron hitting and rooting it.
Bakasura and Fafnir coming in for support, though. That was quick.
Yup, especially when Scylla, oh, with a good, oh,
Ooh.
whoa. Missed, but still gonna be something. Is Baron gonna get the Scylla?
They're
Yes!
going to go to the tower dive.
Oh, and Thanatos
Oh,
getting,
man.
trying to, does save the Baron from certain death, but I don't know. Is the Fafnir gonna, nope, engage? He does
Man.
not.
That changed the momentum of the early game because the Rams had a sizable lead over the Norsemen, and now we see the kill going in favor of the Norsemen. Now, they still have a slight gold deficiency. I don't know about XP.
That Hachiman is playing too greedy right there. He should have waited. Oh, and he does go
Ooh,
down
he
from
pays for
Matsukori's ult. That's why you gotta be patient, man.
Yeah,
You
but-
can't be pushing up.
And now if you look at those gold scores, they're almost tied. If you look at the levels, we actually see the Baron is getting really fed, level 10 already. And we're only
Nope.
9 minutes into the game.
Especially now, if the Norsemen really want to go Actus and win a little bit in the early game, they gotta keep that Baron fed. Oh, Bakasori coming in. Fafnir with the support, stunning him. And Bakasori getting that pick off the Ares or the Montecorius. Ooh, seems like the Rams are playing a little bit better over here. Look, Thanatos out of position. He's gonna get picked.
He's
It's
going to
a
go
Bakasori.
down.
Oh, he
Bakasura
does dodge him.
chasing. And that's it. Good night.
Bakasori just said, "Give me that food. You are my food."
Bakasura jungler, especially early game, is quite scary.
Yeah, I would not like going against a Bakasura. He has a secure on buffs. He has a self buff. He has mobility, and he has a jump. And his ultimate is very, very dangerous, especially if he keeps feeding and keeps on eating with his passive being. His passive being, the more minions he eats, the more minions he can throw out. Looks like we're going to have a team fight here in mid lane over here with Scylla. Scylla is looking a little low. Going back into mid lane. Ares and Baron over there. The Rams. Scylla hitting him with a root. Hitting him again. Fafnir just going at him. Going to Dragon Form and just burning him. Oh, he's burning down the Baron. Oh, looks like an ult from Ares. A good pull into tower. Taking 2 shots. 3 shots. No, 2 shots.
Is Fafnir going to
Fafnir
escape?
is low. Oh,
He
does
is going to make it out.
he does go back with his life. Thanatos picking off Tyr. Looks like they got a gank on the right side with Steer and the Thanatos just doing whatever he wants. Man, that Soltier is doing the best he can, especially in the solo lane. We got back our main man, Iverson, a.k.a. Flaffo.
Hey, how's it going? I'm back with this commentary like I did the last game. And the Thanatos just got a double kill. And the okay, I just came back and people are just going crazy mode right now. The Bakasura was able to get that revenge kill, but the Baron was able to kill on that Scylla.
Baron, all of them just saying, "You killed my friend, I'm getting yours," and they're just getting revenge after revenge.
And the Hachi killed the
Oh man,
Things
they
are
took
not
that
going
personally.
right. Tyr using his ult, going onto the Suitor. Suitor deciding to back up back to tower. now going back into the game, Norsemen are doing pretty good so far. Really having a pretty good early game this far. Suitor really low health here, going after the Bastion. Might have to be careful about that.
So, like I was talking to my previous co-host Nate, or Coach Nate, we were talking about how both teams are looking to go into that late game phase. Looks like they were setting up. What do you think, Iverson? Do you think they're just waiting to see who wins at those team fights, or are they just playing passive now?
I definitely think that I'm not too familiar with the Rams at the moment, but I know for a fact that the Norsemen going into their late game is definitely their strongest suits, and I definitely feel like they should be playing into that, like try to play a little bit passive, wait until their build starts getting online, where then they can actually shine during their actual team fights and getting those picks, getting those kills that they need to then be more aggressive and push into the enemy and take the objectives if they need to.
What a great pull from the Ares 10. It's just going
down.
in
And killing
Ooh.
their and ending their Scylla as well as Fafnir, and getting the kill on their Hachiman, getting that triple kill, and then cleaning up on the Baka as well, leaving only the tier over in right lane, making it so much easier for them to push just left lane as much as they want to, while the tier is just too busy going face to face with their other tank Suitor.
Suitor just getting thrown around like a ragdoll. Tyr seems to know what he's doing, using those, like, once again, the same thing, those cancel auto attacks, and using those combos that come with those characters.
And it's actually very nice to see them actually using their being able to. I see that they're like during this game, it's very back and forth with the actual early game right now. Thanatos actually might die. Scylla using her grasp, getting it, he getting held back, but then dies off to the Hachiman with the amount. Now going into this, it seems that the Rams are going on into going for the Fury, trying to take it for that, while the Baron as well as the Martychorus are trying to steal it, but the Rams end up taking it. Fafnir really low, Hachiman also really low. Martychorus seemed to go on Bakasura, taking out the Baron Sandy, getting the cleanup kill on the Fafnir, and trying to run after the Hachiman, but the Hachiman stays alive while the Bakasura cleans up on the Martychorus. Hachiman unfortunately uses his Aegis and gets out anyways, but unfortunately he could have done without the Aegis.
Yeah, I came in at the end of an exciting team fight there. The Hachiman barely escaping.
Exactly. He was like only 1 health away, so close to dying. Martychorus could have got that pick, but unfortunately his ultimate ran out right before.
Yeah, we're seeing, if you look at the spread, we're seeing pretty even matchups here. You do see the Rams with a slight gold lead. Kills are tied evenly, and then levels are fairly evenly dispersed. Looks like they're a little bit more even amongst the Rams. Ooh, and we saw
Thanatos actually got another kill on the Scylla. This Thanatos right now is seeming to be kind of like their carry, or the person that's actually able to really get those confirms on those squishies, which is going to be very huge, especially going into the late game. Good thing as well for the Norsemen, also the Thanatos is really good at these 1v1s, getting that kill onto the Bakasura, and is going in and managing to land his sides. Sides are definitely the biggest part of Thanatos' kit. As long as you're hitting those and getting that massive amount of damage on the target, it gets a huge amount of value off of that.
You bet. And we saw Thanatos whiff a couple of those slices earlier in the match, so to see him reclaim those now is huge.
I think the biggest part as well is that the Norsemen are doing really well objective-wise, with already having about 3 of their towers down, and actually just now getting the 4th tower and slowly pushing up through that. They have a lot of early game pressure and just a lot of lane pressure in general, just making sure to get these guys to always either getting them and getting them back into spawn to lose the farm, or to just getting objectives.
Ooh, we saw a trade there.
That is a good trade for the Rams. I don't think is a very good trade for the Norsemen, especially losing that big lead on the Thanatos and getting it to the Scylla.
Absolutely. And we saw Bakasura go down again to the Baron.
And the Ares is getting chased by the Scylla, but Scylla landed on that, but I don't think she's going to be able to clean up on that kill at all. How are you thinking of the game so far? Any kind of second thoughts or things you want to point out?
It's been a lot of back and forth. The early games have been dominated by their junglers, which you see often in Smite and a lot of these MOBAs. So we've seen a lot of plays from Bakasura and Thanatos. Oh, and Hachiman gets killed there.
And they're putting a lot of pressure into this second tower on the left side, but are now quickly backing up after seeing the Ares. Also, I think that is that's why I also believe that the jungler for in Smite as well is one of the most important roles, because during that mid and early game is whenever they are most prevalent with trying to gank and trying to get those other lanes that they need to get ahead to win those fights, as well as get to late game as fast as possible to be that much of a threat.
Absolutely. You know, jungle phase is not just about getting your camps. It's about trying to get those early ganks, trying to turn the tide for your team. If you don't get properly fed, you're going to have a really hard time late game.
Exactly. And it's even more so of making sure that to stay on your timers as well as disrupting the enemy junglers so they can't do the job of keeping their team up to par as well.
Yeah, for anybody who's watching and doesn't really know how MOBAs work, the jungler is literally going around inside the middle of the map, and they're clearing out these camps, as you're seeing the tier do here, trying to get different buffs, trying to get experience. And so as a jungler, you want to hit all of your camps right as they come back up. You want to get your XP, you want to get your buffs, and you want to try to prevent the enemy jungler from being able to do the same thing.
And it really hinders the process of the enemy team if you are able to, as a jungler, disrupt their jungler as well as other people in their lane. It's just like an amount of pressure of just having that pressure there makes the enemy wary and play more passively than they probably would usually. And the Bakasura cleans up on the Mars Chorus. I think the Mars Chorus was a little bit too far pushed up and got himself picked off right there.
I've seen that happen a couple times with the Mars Chorus right now. With Thanatos using his, is that his ult that he's using?
Yep, that is using his ult going up. He might be trying to engage on somebody, but instead decides to back up. Ares is getting destroyed by the Bakasura. Suitor goes onto the Scylla, starts doing a massive amount of damage, but is getting destroyed by the Hachiman, and the other team just kills everybody off, leaving only the Suitor, who is close to being killed by the Scylla. Yes, exactly. And they just go for the Primal Fury, and seems like they will be able to secure that as well, having no one to contest them at all.
Now, taking the Primal gives them a huge, a gold advantage?
So the thing with the different Furies as well is that they do give a decent amount of gold. Usually Gold Fury is the one that gives the most gold, but they also give other benefits as well. Like the Primal Fury gives out a kind of increased damage to different objectives around the map, as well as different jungles, camps, and like the Pyromancer as well as Fire Giant. Makes it easier to burst them down and to kill them.
So do you think we're going to see them going for the Fire Giant now that they have the buff from the Fury?
Maybe they might be just playing kind of a little bit safe, warding off the Fire Giant, and either trying to make it seem like they're going to go in to start a team fight, or they might be playing passively, like if you see the Scylla like kind of like attacking, either going after like the different wards to make it seem like they're going for it, to get them all to come in so they can get easier picks, like how they're trying to do on the Thanatos right here.
Thanatos already at half.
Gets shot and gets bursted down by the Hachiman. Hits both of his shots and gets that confirmed. Ares deciding to go onto the Hachiman, seeing if he can get the kill. Getting bursted down, but was able to get the beads on the Hachiman, which is huge for later down the line.
That Bakasura just keeps cleaning up.
The Bakasura is 12-6 right now, doing the most. At first, whenever I saw him dying multiple times, I thought that maybe he was starting to get countered, but it turns out he's changing up his playstyle, getting in those kills, and now they're going for the actual Fire Giant, and with the enemy team down 2 players, I think, as well as being half health, trying to go walk into the Phoenix, the only thing they could do is either try to steal it or just watch it get taken in front of their eyes, which happened. And IAHSEA is now going in on the Ares, might be able to clean up the kill, getting a 1-shot. If she has her ult, she could probably use that right there, but she's probably just waiting for her cooldowns, which will probably be an easier pick, and there it is.
Now, what benefit do the Rams get by taking out the Fire Giant?
So the benefits that they get from, they get a buff on all of their teammates that are alive whenever Fire Giant does die, which then gives increased damage, increased health regen, as well as like, I believe maybe cooldown reduction and increased mana regen as well. So it's an all-around really good buff that is used. So whenever all of your teammates have it on the next team fight, you're going to be outputting a lot more damage and being able to use it a lot more often and be able to stay alive a lot easier as well with it on.
Awesome. So probably going to be seeing some forward momentum and pushing from the Rams team now that they do I think all 5 of them got the Fire Giant buff, which
yes.
I think you can see with the flames on the side here.
Yes, the flames on the side do indicate like if they all have the Fire Giant buff, as well as any other buffs that they have, like with the blue pot, that is a mana buff, which makes it so they have increased mana regen as well as cooldown reduction. Speed buff is exactly what it says. It gives increased movement speed and everything like that. As we see here, the Thanatos is actually out of position, getting chased down, had to use his blink to get out of there, as well as his ult, just to get out before actually dying. Ares is also out of position, getting attacked. Thanatos going in on the Hachiman and kills him. Ares, though, is by himself and gets absolutely bursted by the Bakasura, who is just already level 20, a major level advantage, especially to the Ares, who is 6 levels behind and is just able to, as well as having his whole build online, able just to burst down the Ares like nothing.
You bet. The Rams also have a 7K gold advantage, which is huge. And they have a second character who's also level 20.
And it's the worst part is for the Norsemen is that is their carry as well, who's also going to be a person who's just going to be able to burst down the frontliners as well as any backlaners as well. And as well as they just got Primal Fury, which is also a type of Fury that gives increased health as well as damage to their minions, which is going to make it even easier to push into the objectives, being any of the towers or the Phoenixes as well.
You bet. So the Rams are looking to win this team fight we see brewing here, and if they can win this, they have a clean push.
Yeah, they're playing very aggressive, as they should be with all these buffs. Going in on the Suitor, forcing Suitor to use his ult to go onto the back lane, hitting the Scylla, but he's surrounded by their whole team, which is making it easier to start going onto them. Fafnir used his ult. Hachiman cleaning up the Marta Chorus over in left lane, and right here we'll see that the Rams are going in more aggressively. Fafnir getting pulled in by the Ares ult. Scylla getting attacked by the Suitor.
He's just going for the Scylla.
Just going straight forward.
Oh!
And the Thanatos gets the execution off, going in on the Bakasura, seeing if he can clean up that kill as well. Instead, going on the tier, the Baron and the Suitor going in, making sure that he has no space to actually do what he wants.
The Norsemen are turning this team fight
gets
around.
onto the Bakasura, tier about to go down and dies. And there's only the Fafnir left, getting chased by the Baron. Baron going on and gets the cleanup kill as well.
That was a fight that on paper the Rams should have won that no problem, because they had the Fire Giant buff, the Primal Fury buff, but they overextended, they were out of position, and those Thanatos picks really turned that around.
100%. This Thanatos is doing a lot, but also the Hachiman is doing a lot as well, so he has to be careful about that. Needing other teammates there to be able to, but then uses his ult, going in, makes him use Agent early, and gets the execution, and finishes off the Hachiman. Only Scylla is alive now, going in on the Ares, gets the Ares kill, but then gets dragged in by Baron and gets killed as well.
Hello, everyone.
She was able to get 2 kills, but unfortunately died.
Hello everyone, I am back. I had a little, need a little bit to get a little break time as myself. So, what I missed, Iverson? What exciting things from the Rams and the Norsemen has happened?
So previously there were a lot of back and forth between them until the Rams started to pull forward. The Bakasura started doing a lot for the team, getting a lot of picks, getting a lot of confirms, and just doing a lot of damage, making sure to do that, which then led them to win 2 more team fights, and then also go and get many objectives, being the Primal Fury, the Oni Fury, as well as the Fire Giant. Going in, the Hachiman was in left lane, killed the Marticoris, but in that next team fight, the Norsemen pulled it back, killed, finished out everybody else, then as well killed the Hachiman to push forward, getting rid of their fire giant buff, and completely turning the tables and putting the momentum back in their favor.
What I like to hear, especially Norsemen, they enjoy that late game. That's their expertise. Those, if they're down early, they're up late.
Exactly. And I think that is definitely just from, like, as you can see from these past couple games, is that this is where Norseman shines. It's always in the late game when they need to pull together as a team and do the impossible. They know how to do it.
Especially those Norsemen. They're just savages. That's in their name. That's their mascot. Norsemen, just savages, doing whatever it takes. Look at this tier, just messing around, going ring around the rosy with that Ares, just mess. Though he does see a Thanatos, misses his dash. Oh, it's in.
Thanatos, Scylla going onto the Marticoris, might be able to get a pick and kills him. Thanatos up in the air trying to get away. Scylla misses her ult, gets the kill on the Bakasura, who was the very trouble character. Now they're all on the Fafnir. Fafnir trying to focus down to Thanatos, but the whole team is keeping him alive. Thanatos dies to the tier, but will the Suitor as well as the Ares be able to clean up? There's only the Fafnir and the tier left. Baron as well in there, going on to the tier, getting him close to dying. He is literally one shot away, misses the chain on the Ares. Baron keeps on going. Fafnir runs out of his ult, gets the pick on the tier, leaving only the Fafnir. And that's whenever they know right there that they can play as a team. Even whenever hope looked bleak, the Norsemen have brought it back together and still cleaned it up.
That Baron just barely hitting the very tip of his ability on that tier. Tier did everything he could, from his dashes and abilities, his escapes, and even used a blade to get out. But that Baron just knew where he was going to go and played off him. The Norsemen are a very well played team in late game. Don't get me wrong, Rams are doing really well. It seems like they're holding themselves very well against the Norsemen, but it just really depends on those team fights.
And right now, the Norsemen are the ones that are doing really well during those team fights. During the, again, mid-game or going into late game, that's whenever the Rams were showing up, showing what they got, and doing everything they can, and were instantly going on them, and were able to get those objectives. But the Norsemen are just playing a little bit better as a team again, or are able to capitalize on over extending or positioning mistakes from the enemy team.
Yeah, the Rams, as they did take down Fire Giant, they do have that buff on them. It looks like they are waiting to do a big team fight here.
Going on to the Pyromancer.
Yeah, both teams' objectives kind of similar. The Norsemen with still 2 tier 2 towers, and the Rams with a 1 tier 2 tower. But it's still even.
But even with that Fire Giant buff, they have to be careful, because they were in the same position previously as well when having the Fire Giant buff, going into the team fight, into the Norsemen, and losing as well. They need to play this a little bit differently, have to prioritize on the different thing, like the Thanatos, like the Baron. those are the people that they should be trying to focus down, or else they might lose this next team fight as well.
It does look like Rams are just wanting to play in the middle. They really want to enforce that team fight down in mid lane. As you see, the Montecore is going to the left lane, just trying to get that Phoenix. Are the Rams gonna notice
And the
that?
enemy teams notice it, go onto the Thanatos to end him. Baron going in, but then gets jumped on by the Fafnir. Zilla looking for the ult on the Baron. Now the Suitor jumping in on the Bakasura, almost killing him, but gets stopped by the Scylla, and as well as the Hashman getting that pick on the Marticoris, who got the Phoenix over in left lane. Tyr almost dying, about to die, dies to the Ares. And the Scylla and the Fafnir have to back out because of that.
The Scylla's scared. She does not need to engage, especially in those fights, especially when Fafnir is in his dragon form. If Fafnir is out there by himself, changing back into his normal state like that, as you saw, that team can collat on that Fafnir.
I think the team as well notices that the Hachiman is pushing very aggressively in left lane. Might be trying to collapse on him, but instead starting to go mid lane, hitting the Scylla, getting her to use her dash early to get that on cooldown. Ares getting bursted down by the Hachiman, not knowing what to do. Thanatos going in, waiting. Baron moving in on the Hachiman as well, and they get the cleanup kill.
Get a trade.
And I can't believe the Baron also died from that.
The Hachiman, what's he building? He does not have. Oh, he does have the evolved version of Deathbringer. That does do
And
a little
the Scylla
bit.
just gets a double kill right there on the Baron and the Suitor. Or not the Suitor. It's not the Baron. Can't think of names right now. Marticoris? I think
Yeah,
it's
the Montecoris, yes.
Marticoris, as well as the Suitor, gets a pick on them. Start pushing in. They got the tier 2 tower in middle lane. Thanatos going in, seeing if he can get that cheeky pick on the Fafnir, but knows that they're just going to collapse on him, so he backs up and is now just trying to play defense. He is the only one alive, knowing that if they're going to be trying to go in on them, it's either him or the Phoenix or both, and he chooses to keep himself alive, which is a smart play. Don't want to die and then have your teammates be down a person for whoever knows how long, like 60 seconds or so.
A minute down, that would be very, very horrible for the Norsemen, especially when Hachiman or that Thanatos is putting some work in. Look at that, hitting the Scylla.
And was able to get both the actives for Scylla, which is going to be huge in this next team fight, but they do get the Primal Fury.
Scylla worried, still looking over there. It looks like she's gonna bag. Baron in the area is looking to engage on whoever's playing on that left-hand jungle with Bakasura taking down, who was that? Thanatos. Surprising.
Thanatos is just getting destroyed by that Bakasura. Bakasura is a menace, especially if he's able to get multiple consecutive auto attacks on you. At that point, might as well kiss your life goodbye.
Yeah, like you said once, Thanatos is the god of death, but more like deceased.
Exactly. Right here, you can see the Tyr playing a little bit aggressive, going in, getting, but then the Ares gets both of them on here. Marticore is doing a little bit of damage. Ares is then instead stopped and got turned on. Suitor also getting absolutely shredded by the Bakasura and probably the Hachiman as well. Ares getting hit and instead getting bursted down, having to back up, not being able to go in. Tyr using his blink and going in on the Baron. Marticore is trying to do some damage, at least trying to push them off out of that mid lane, but is not able to do enough. All of them are still very healthy, while the Norsemen's having to go back to Fountain to heal up.
Yeah, the Norsemen are having a little bit of struggle here. The Rams are just...
But the Thanatos gets the pick on the Hachiman from that lazy back. And this is why I always say, never to lazy back.
Better safe than sorry. There's no need to let yourself vulnerable, especially when you know they have a Thanatos. The man can be lurking anywhere. Looks like they're going to go into the Fire Giant. Looks like they're going to take control of Fire Giant. Still looking to try to steal it.
Yeah,
looking
getting
around.
very close. trying to see if she can steal it, using her dash to get as close as possible. Using it, might be having to use her ult, but instead getting ulted and dies for it without being able to get Fire Giant as well.
2 ults down from the Norseman with a Fire Giant buff. They are going to go into right lane, just take down that tier 2 tower, especially when that left Phoenix is down, or almost down, being half health. Looks like the Norsemen are going to do a team fight on this right-hand Phoenix. Looks like Sochi is doing backing. Is it bait? Nope, he's just going back. Does land a scythe on Fafnir.
Pulls them all in. Thanatos getting a scythe, or a sweep off for a silence, misses his scythe, and now they're just sitting there right in front. But they also do have their Hachiman back up. At this point, it is probably a good idea to back up and re-engage at a later time. Fafnir using his ult, Tyr going in, but everyone else backing up. Fafnir going in the back lane. Ares is just getting bursted down by their Hachiman, and doesn't even matter that Thanatos goes in on the back to kill the Fafnir and as well as the Tyr, and kills the Hachiman, leading to a team deicide. But the Scylla is just now back up, and will she be able to do something against this? Going after the Marta Chorus, doing a lot of damage, misses the ult, gets caught out instead by the Thanatos. Well, I know we can't see that well right now, but the Thanatos kills the Scylla.
I think this is game. I think the Norsemen just took this game.
Yeah, the next person is closest is 34, and let's see if they can do enough damage to get the first game done. And they do, in fact, have the game and end it out, leading it to be 1-0. Norsemen's 1, Rams 0.
Once again, Norsemen being the best expertise on that late game, just doing everything well, from team correlations, from team ultimate usage. They're just doing everything right.
And just like that, we see another fantastic game played and another win in the books for Norsemen. Both of them playing very well, and having the game throughout the whole time, going back and forth, not knowing which side is going to get the upper hand this time. But right as we saw, once again, right when it hit late game, the Norsemen just brought it together and were able to ride it out.
They came prepared in suits and meant business when it comes to late game.
Yeah, they are. And you can tell they are in it to win it right now. They are in the zone, and they are locked in right now.
Hopefully they keep that same momentum. But the Rams, a small loss could be a big mental game for the Rams. But I don't think that's going to let the Rams seem to know what they're going to do. And I think they might just adjust and adapt. I hope to see the Rams to do a lot better than this match.
Yeah, the Rams definitely look like they were getting a little bit used to the plays, being able to still get picks from that. And I definitely think that from this, they will be able to definitely learn some things, go into the next match with a new mental mind, and know who to go after, what to prioritize, and they might be able to take it back as well.
All right, we're going to go into a small intervention while we wait for the next match. Well, I hope everyone is doing well. Let's see the chat. Is anyone wanting to talk to us? All right. We have 2 teams covered on one game the entire time on the official stream. Yeah, it also comes down to the lab area where we're at. We were having some troubles with some of the workstations or gaming stations. Some of them would either shut down or they had problems. That tends to happen a lot, especially in this esports community or competitions. Things just don't go your way, and that's the one thing that I enjoy about this community, is that you gotta expect the unexpected.
That's right. Well, with this, we'll take an intermission, and then we'll be back with the next game for this.
And we are back. Your host, Young Soul.
as well as Iverson. We're here going over the ban phase right now. As you can see, the Rams are right now banning junglers, getting rid of the Circuit, as well as Bastet and Thanatos, really not wanting the Norseman's jungler to be able to really work his stuff, but hopefully he has a different pick that is able to really, that he can really still carry on, that they can't really do much to.
Yeah, especially with the Rams right now picking Karunos, well-round hunter, a really good hunter to use, especially when you know the Norsemen are just keeping those team fights and playing well those late games. Karunos might be a factor to stop them from grouping up and pushing together as a team.
Oh, 100%. As you can see as well, the Norsemen are actually taking, going with Ares once again, as well as the Scylla, which is taking that from the Rams this time, seeing if they can make that work while they're also still picking Tier as well.
Yes, Solter again, keeping that same duo, the Ares and Solter. They just love those characters, man. And I don't blame them. They're doing really well with those two characters, especially the Norsemen. They're just waiting for that late game. It's always late. Seems like they might be narcoleptic because they're not getting any sleep with how much they're waiting.
Yeah, I mean, hey, if what's working, like if it's working, don't change it. Don't change what's working. It's just that simple. Right now, it seems like they're still picking who to ban, seeing as how they just have a jungler as well as a mid laner to choose. The Norsemen are banning different mages, as well as getting rid of that Bakasura pick, making sure that he won't be able to try to carry as Bakasura again, like how he did last match, and pop off like that.
Yeah, that Bakasura was scary, man. Just him having that secure ability, just taking whatever buffs he wanted. Even if they were really close to taking it, he could have just swept in and just ate it, and it would have been part of their team, the Rams, what's it called again? Buff pickup.
Exactly. And we see a Medusa pick for the carry, as well as an Amaterasu. I'm guessing this Amaterasu is either going to be their jungle or maybe even the tier jungle, maybe. I'm not too sure. We'll see how this is going to be played out.
This is going to be very interesting. She could... you may not see it, but she could be playing
or
the support role as the Amaterasu. Oh, Morgan, one of my favorite characters. A very high-end, complex character that's hard to play, and you don't really see this often, but she could be a jungler. Season 8, back when she was
that, they go with the Kali as well, do a couple switches between everybody, seeming like I don't even know where the Amaterasu is going to be played at. We'll have to see in the match. And with this, we get right into the game. Starting off with seeing what type of items that people are going to build. Let's spectate from the duo lane, see if they get into anything or any simple fights. See how they're going to start off the buffs and what they're going to do. And it seems like, actually, I don't. No, is it actually the Amaterasu going to be in jungle? I think that might be the case. I would have thought maybe the Morgan may be jungle, but I'm not too sure. Yeah, it seems like the Amaterasu is going to be going into the jungle.
An
role.
interesting way to go. You don't really Amaterasu isn't really seen as a jungler as much.
Yeah, I don't really see Amaterasu in any of my games being played as a jungler. This is the first for me, so we'll see how this goes. Obviously, they picked it because it might even be a comfort pick or somebody that they are knowing that they can play that is going to be good. So with this, we'll just see if they start hard carrying with that.
I really hope for the Rams who's ever playing that Morgan, they gotta be really careful because if they're out of position, that's it. Morgan only has that one ability that gives her movement speed and hides her, but any damage that she's taking reveals her location or reveals where she's at.
Yeah, that's going to be a very tough thing, as well as like if she is definitely going to have to need that purification up at all times to be able to actually. But instead, she actually both went for an Aegis, which is going to be should be good as long as she doesn't get caught out by the Ares at all. Going in and making sure to get the different buffs that they need. And being able to get it, I'm not too sure if they're going to be able to get to lane faster than the other team or not. Looks like they're starting to go off. If we go over to mid lane, seems like they're doing a little bit of damage to each other, playing a little bit back as the Rams and the Norsemen are having a lot of pressure right at the moment. Going over to solo lane, Seer is getting out pressured by the tier right in the very beginning. We'll see if that holds off. Seer being able to stop him, but then getting hurt. But Tier getting hit by the minions and almost getting flooded right then and there. Going over to dual lane, doing a lot of damage to the Ares right now. Medusa getting a little bit of damage, but also getting attacked by minions and not really getting a little bit of poke on, which is pretty nice. Ares playing a little bit forward and getting hit by the Fafnir. We'll have to see how these go. Jesus, what are you expecting from this game from both teams right now?
I'm gonna be honest. I'm really expecting the Rams to actually adapt and gain and do a lot more, especially with how they were the Norsemen were playing last match. I feel like the Norsemen might have to change it up. Oh, as the tier gets killed from the tier with a what is it? His red dash, or is it?
I'm not sure what the ability is called, but I know exactly what you're talking about. Getting first play on that right at the moment, but we've seen the Suitors still be able to come back from that, which is pretty good. And he just needs to make it to late game once again. As we see the dual lane putting a little bit of pressure onto getting the camps and being able trying to get fed up from there. With mid lane, the Morgan has very close range damage, so she isn't really able to put as much pressure onto the Scylla as she probably would like to without the help of her jungler. So she's losing a lot of pressure right now and is going to have to play a little bit back.
Here, just back here, really low health. Oh,
so a little damage went on in the dual lane, getting the Fafnir as well as the Kernos a little bit out pressured in lane. Medusa really having that big damage potential with poke material from her acid spit that hits the minions and sprays everywhere.
Yeah, that is a very interesting ability that Medusa has. She is one of those characters that has an increase of range if there's a minion or a player in front of her. What it does, it gets hit, and then it gets an extended little bit of range just because of her spit.
Exactly, and that's able to get so much actual poke material as well, and they're really just out pressuring the Kernos and Fafnir right now. It seems like right now the Rams' early game potential is is a lot less than what it was last game, and the Norsemen are being able to keep up that pressure and really bully them out of lane at the moment. with this, we go over to solo lane, watching the Suitor as well as the Tier just basically tanking each other. Tier having his ult up already, using it on the Tier, getting him out, as well as using his dash to throw him into the wall, back into the minions, and probably killing him off with the minions, but the Suitor gets out with 1 HP. Going back to dual lane, the Fafnir is just playing a little bit safe, trying to not to get too damaged. Going over to mid lane, we have the Morgan still getting out pressured by the Scylla. Scylla is actually half out if their Amaterasu actually rotates in and decides to gank, but decides to back up and go for their speed buff over in the left jungle.
The Morgan just doing what she can best and just farming. Yeah, she's going to struggle in that mid lane because Morgan early game is a very struggle, especially like my friend over here, Iverson, has said. She has those abilities that are just close range, and she just changes into Scylla.
Going for that Kali, but misses the ult on it, not being able to get the final blow onto her, and also using the Amaterasu ult, trying to get her as well, but misses on the last couple hits, not giving that stun off and not giving that token first.
So for those who don't know much about the Morgan, she has an ultimate ability that allows her to change into any character that she's going against, from her teammates to the enemy team. And also, it copies the build that person is using. It's a very unique character and ultimate. You don't really see it a whole lot, but it can be effective at some points.
Going over to the dual lane, we see that the Ares has changed the Fafnir, and going in, Medusa getting caught out and being a little bit damaged from both the Fafnir and Kurnos. Kurnos missing his ult on them, and the Ares getting the purification from the Kurnos, which will help in the next fight. Going in on the Amaterasu, trying to go in on the Kali, almost killed the Kali, while the Tier as well as Amaterasu put a little bit more pressure onto the Suitor. Tier throws the Suitor back over towards lane, trying to get him away from the Amaterasu. Going back over to dual lane, Ares and Medusa doing a lot of damage to both Fafnir and Kurnos, getting them very low health, getting them to push back over to Fountain, and maybe even getting a little bit more pressure in this lane to get a little bit more damage to try to get that early tower.
Especially when Ares and that Medusa are low, they should worry about the Fenrir and that Kurnos coming back and trying to finish out what they first started. Though the Medusa saw them coming from a mile away,
Ares is actually going to be lazy back a lot. Right here, now getting a little bit chased by the Fafnir, putting a little bit of pressure on him, knowing that he's low health, and putting a little bit of pressure on that. Going into this, Ares is showing to be a little bit cocky with trying to do that lazy back right there.
And Morgan looking for a pick here, looking around, looking at that Kali, looking like she's hungry to get for the kill. Lands her stuns, but misses her first ability, which, if you guys did not know, if you land that ability, it gets a boosted damage boost on it, and she gets the person whoever got hit gets marked, and any ability that she uses doubles in damage. Oh, Amaterasu with an O, and Scylla with an O. She's gonna
trying to get it onto the Scylla, but misses. The Ares goes onto the Amaterasu, lands a couple chains, and starts chasing them down, but no one else to kind of follow up on that to deal a little bit of damage. Kurnos going in on the Medusa with the Fafnir. Medusa half health, getting out pressured into lane right now. Not really much you could do as well. This is a 2v1 situation. Ares is making his way back over towards left lane, getting ulting both of them, being able to pull them both. Medusa not looking over to where she is, going in front, ulting the Kurnos, getting him killing him, shooting him a couple times, getting him very low, and hits the last IAHSEA spit to get the kill. Fafnir now engaging onto the Medusa, knowing that she is low, but already used his dash, not having another way to get out. Might be getting caught out by this Callie with her stun. If she gets it up in time, she uses the jump, stuns him. If Ares has his actual chains, but doesn't seem like it, and he gets under tower before anything too bad happens.
Yeah, especially that Fafnir. He knew that he was getting chased. He had to get out of there, especially in his dragon form, because if he gets out of that dragon form, that will be it for him there. They would have just collided and picked him off. You see Tyr over here just putting pressure on the Salter, just making sure he can't push up or engage as much. He is pulling up wave just so he can just get the XP farm and stop the Salter from getting a little bit of farm.
Yeah, as we can see from here, the Tyr has immense early game pressure on the Suitor, which is to be expected as a stand switcher who has multiple abilities that just deal a massive amount of damage, as well as not being stunned for that long, just is able to do a tremendous amount of damage to the Suitor and just put a lot of pressure onto him. And it doesn't help as well as Matarasu is coming over into the lane to gank and to finish off the kill with her ult, securing that kill for them. Going over to dual lane, we can see the Fafnir going in on the Ares, putting a little bit of pressure just so they don't take more damage to tower. Ares using his ult to try to force out the Chronos beads and getting it, it seems like, as well as pulling the Fafnir in to get a little bit of damage, making him forced to recall.
Yeah, especially right now, where everything just seems to be slowed down. Looks like both teams are deciding on what they want to do. The Rams is just waiting for late game as well and just trying to play better. They are really well managing what they want to do, especially with a 3-kill league and a 2K gold league as well. Looks like the Rams are just they're learning from their mistakes and making sure that they don't go out and let the Norseman just get a upper hand.
Nier uses his ult, goes in, misses the dash. Medusa using it on Kurnos, doing a little bit of damage on him, being able to get the kill. Now going on to Fafnir, doing a little bit more damage, getting him half health. He wants to jump away, gets dashed on by the Medusa, but he is too tanky for that, so he is able to stay alive. But now his ultimate is now finished. Ares using his chains on him. Medusa gets the tower, dashes in, but it's a little bit too late. Matarasu now going in to use her ult, stunning both of them, doing more damage on the Medusa. Ares has his ult up again, pulls the Matarasu away from the Medusa, but the Matarasu is still too fast, gets back in and just finishes up the Medusa.
I was gonna say, was she gonna go for that kill and just continue on the Ares? No. She said, no, I don't need that. I don't need that, Ares. I got my fill already. I got the Chronos. Or, no, it was the Scylla?
The Medusa.
Medusa? My bad. It was all she wanted. She said, you know what? Medusa, I don't need you here. I just want you dead.
With this, the Tyr is now going in on the Callie on solo lane, doing a lot of damage. Callie's not being able to do that much because of the Tyr passive, where he only is stunned with hard CC for 1 second, making it very hard for her to get her full combo off and doing a lot of damage while he is stunned, which makes it a very decent counter against her.
Tyr just doing everything he can in his own lane. Just going back, picking up an item. Let's see what they're building, Iverson. Let's see what this Tyr it has. Oh, wow. The
going in on this Chronos is getting just dived on by both the Ares and the Medusa and gets cleaned up by the Medusa, putting him a little bit farther behind. While they are still the same level, the gold lead is getting, it's actually not that bad. If we look at the actual graphs, we can see that the Rams actually had the goal difference as well as the XP difference for a good majority of the time.
Ares and Medusa just doing what they can, just doing
they're really
dual
bursting
lane things
down this second tier tower, might be even able to get it. Medusa just focusing it down, and they do get the second tower on left lane. And at this time, as you can see, it doesn't seem like that many people are still going over to the left lane, because it is better at that time just to focus on the other lanes, trying to get them up as much as possible before going back and maybe even trying to lose or win a losing battle.
That is true, as both teams do get at least one tower. Tier getting his lane's tower, and the Norseman taking down Ram's left side lane tower. But they do have both both two towers down in dual lane for the Rams.
And then from this, you can actually see them going in on the Fafnir, getting him really close to death, from having him only one shot, but the Kronos is there to peel for him and keep him out. The Morgan is now going in a little bit onto the Ares and gets the kill, starts going in on the Scylla, following him down, using his abilities to get him really low. Scylla really one shot and gets killed and cleaned up by the Kronos.
That Morgan player is playing her really well, just watching and using her vanishes really well, using that mobility to catch up to them, especially when they don't have any means of escape anymore. She's playing smart, she's playing passive aggressive, and she's just lurking. A good trait to have, especially when playing Morgan.
Exactly, and as well as the Rams were able to secure the Pyromancer, which is a very good objective to get, especially in this early game as well. Help them get a little bit of movement speed whenever they walk out of their fountain, and gets them to lane, and as well as to other team fights a lot quicker during that time if they need to go back. Going with this, the Morgan is going on the Scylla, using her ult to switch into the Scylla and try to do a lot of damage to really end her out, but then gets caught out by the Kali, getting absolutely shredded. Kali getting almost about to die and wasn't able to get out before her ult ended and ended up dying. Amaterasu using her ult, getting the Ares, stunning him. Fafnir using his ult, maybe trying to dive onto, but instead decides to back up, instead seeing his other teammates leave.
I will say this, for Amaterasu being a jungle, she's doing really well. That's very surprising, because you don't really see Amaterasu jungle as much as you do in either casual or competitive aspect. Now, she's doing good. She's 3-0, has an assist, but she also has to be careful of that, because if she gets caught out, it's going to be a big lead for the Norsemen.
And depending on who gets it, they can actually use that bounty to get them a little bit further ahead, or even back on par with some of the others as well.
The Rams seem like they're playing a lot better now. They're fully understanding how the Norsemen are going to be playing and knowing what they're going to do.
Yeah, with this, you can see that the Rams are really doing really good during this early and mid-game section, but once again, you have to watch out for the Norsemen whenever it becomes late game, so it's either that they have to outplay them and keep this momentum going into late game, or try to finish this off before they can even get into that.
That is true. They do pick off the Scylla. It is a 3v5 in left lane right now. The three being Solter, Kali, and Ares for the Norsemen. And then all of the Ram players are still up. Looks like Ares is going to be trying to get the Gold Fury,
or trying to pull them away from it. doing a little bit to get them to basically reset, having the Kali as well as the Suitor there to start doing a little bit of damage, getting them off. The Suitor dies and gets bursted down. Amaterasu going in on the Kali. Kali only 1 HP and dies mid-jump trying to get away. And this just means that they actually did already get gold 30, and now they can just back and not worry about that at all. Morgan is now getting run down by Ares, getting a little bit damaged by that, but that shouldn't be anything too bad to worry about.
So Iverson, what do you think so far on this second match or second game right now between the Rams and the Norsemen?
Seems to be going really in favor of the Rams right now. They have that momentum. They have that amount of pressure to actually go in, as well as actually finishing out the kills that they are going in on, and having people to follow up on that to actually confirm those kills as well.
That is true. That is very, very true. But do you think they're going to be able to keep that so far until late game starts hitting? We are in the mid-game stages where everyone's barely getting up there and getting their damage up, especially when Guardian or support players like Fafnir are getting under level. Do you think the Rams are going to get this late game?
Depending on how that goes, as well as like with the support players, you already usually, or Guardians and stuff, you already see that they are usually under leveled throughout the game anyways. So that isn't something to really worry about to see if that's the case. I think the thing that you want to worry about more is if the actual people who are dealing damage, like the actual hunter or the jungler or even the mid laner, if those people are getting under leveled or anything like that, and if they are able to like stay on par with who they are with, or other than that, and if they're able to outplay that. But that doesn't seem to be the case. They've basically almost won every engagement that they have been a part of, and so the only person who's really taking a lot of damage is the Kernos, but even he is able to stay on par with the enemy opponents, so that I don't think that is something to worry about. It just depends on if they are able to finish the game fast enough and get those towers to get over to the tie-in to end the game, or if it's just going to take them a little bit longer to get late game. And also keep this momentum in beating them in these team fights.
Yeah, Necro Kronos is putting in some of their work and just making sure that their duo lane over here doesn't get pushed off or they don't get shut down themselves. But even then, the Medusa is coming up, trying to get on that, dashing and missing on the Kronos. And because of that misplay, she's going to go down. She is low, but
she is able to get out, but then gets jumped on by the enemy team. Scylla going in, trying to go in on the Kronos, able to get a little bit closer, gets the kill on that. Misses the ult on the Fafnir, but the Fafnir is able to get out, going under tier 2. But the Ares is dashing in on that Amaterasu behind, using her ult, stunning the Suitor. Tier jumping in as well, trying to go in, follow up on the Kali, as well as the Ares. The Morgan switching into Scylla, trying to clean up some kills and do massive amounts of damage. Kali and Ares playing a little bit aggressive and staying very close, getting hit by the Morgan and getting now chased by the Tier, wondering if they will be able to get out from that, or if it's going to be a little bit too late, and if they're just going to be able to stay onto them. The Morgan getting a little bit more damage on the Scylla. Scylla being very low, trying to get out of there, using her dash, but will the Tier be able to still catch up with her with all the cooldowns that he has, trying to cut her off? Scylla, things are looking very dire with the Morgan as well, and they clean up on the kill. Now going in on the Ares. Ares might have to just back up, but their whole team is rotating in. Suitor is also really close by, seeing if he's going to peel for him, but the Tier's going in on him. Will they be able to, will the Norsemen be able to actually clean up on this kill and turn the tides, or will the Rams still take it home and win this team fight. We can only see Amaterasu very low. She's half HP, but so is the Suitor, Ares, and Medusa. Suitor dies, leaving just the Kali, who then gets jumped on, getting bursted down by the Kurnanos, as well as the Amaterasu trying to back up, but now they are going in on the Ares. Ares thought he was safe and ends up paying for it for the lazy back, and they get the tier 2 tower.
Man, the action that's going on, Fenrir, the Rams, and both the Norsemen just going at it after another engagement, just doing whatever they can, just getting a pick after pick. Man, the Norsemen are having a little bit of a trouble as we see the Medusa from the Norsemen just trying to pick off that Fenrir.
And the Medusa going in on the Fenrir very hard, but ignoring the tier and the Amaterasu that's right behind them, who's now able to just jump on them. But the Medusa does get the pick on the Amaterasu, and now it's just the tier who is now getting bursted down by the Scylla, and Medusa only one hit shot away and dies to them. Kurnanos now running away, or running towards the Kali, thinking that he can take her, but the Kali just bursts him down, gets the kill, and now it's just the Morgan who just used her ult, seeing if she can get it, kills the Medusa who is standing too close to Suitor. Suitor now jumping in, Scylla jumping in on her as well, decides and forces out the Aegis from the Morgan, as well as the Purification, using both relics, the ult, and she still ends up dead.
That was a team wipe, an amazing job for the Norsemen, like always, just doing so well in team fights, fighting and taking control. It looks like they're going to be going to Fire Giant, taking control, so they're taking damage from the Fire Giant. Scylla and the Kali there, White pushing out.
Seems like they're trying to go for it right now, doing a little bit more damage, trying to get that Fire Giant confirmed. But what they don't realize is that the Amaterasu as well as the Fenrir are making their way. Suitor dies to the Fire Giant, as well as the Scylla about to die as well, with Fire Giant being very low. But the Amaterasu is now chasing after the Kali, while the Fafnir is going in on the Fire Giant with the tier. Ares using his ult, trying to get him out of there, while the Amaterasu is still on the Kali, forcing her all the way back. But now it is just them, and they take the Fire Giant for themselves.
A little bit of a misplay from Norsemen, them just wanting to get something, but they just couldn't do it enough. That Stolzer was so low that he just shouldn't have tanked at all. I think they should have probably retreated, though it was a good idea to try to take it. I guess they just didn't have that damage to burst it down.
Yes, exactly, especially with the Suitor who is building like very kind of tanky, but also has IAHSEA as well, trying to get that more attack speed base in, and he was just too low of health to be trying to tank the Fire Giant. And even now, he doesn't seem like he is tanky enough or have enough health to actually tank that, because he only has physical protection at the moment. Ares is getting bursted down, already less than half health. Here decides to jump in, uses ult. Amaterasu also using her ult onto the Scylla, but then dies because of it. Scylla and as well as Kali going in, but they did not pay attention to the Kurnanos at all, which then gets them killed, leading them free open Phoenix that they can take, leading them closer and closer to the win that they want.
Are they going to try to end it? No, it looks like they're going to be doing a little bit of poke damage on the Norsemen. Ares just ulti trying to pull them out.
Doing a little bit of damage coming to the Titan. Doing damage to Ares. Ares getting bursted down, almost about to die. Dies to the Morgan. And the tier going onto the Suitor. Suitor already one shot coming down, then dying. And now the Rams getting the win, leading that to now 1-1, one for the Rams, one for the Norsemen, leading it to the last game for the set. That will be the tiebreaker.
What would you say, Iverson? What do you think this last round is going to be at? Do you think it's going to be in the late game or mid game? What do you think the Rams are going to be doing?
Well, it seems like with the Rams, the kind of thing that they were looking for right here, which worked out for them really well, was actually being able to really shut down shut them down and making sure that they keep on getting the kills over and over again, making it harder and harder for them to get to late game and getting to final build, which it then helped them beat them from them getting to late game before the Norsemen. So I think that's what they're going to be trying to aim for. If it actually gets to late game, it might be in the favor of the Norsemen.
Yeah, especially with the Norsemen having a very strong lane game. I guess the Rams did figure out how to counter them and adapt to a better and aggressive playstyle for them.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the problem, or the big problem for the Norsemen, if they can change it up and actually get a little bit of more early game pressure in there and actually be able to finish off people and getting that ball rolling instead of letting the enemy team snowball so much.
Do you think we will be seeing new characters other than Soltier and Ares? Do you think they might adapt or try to change?
That's a good question. I'm not too sure. So from the game so far, it seems like they've only played Suitor and Ares, so I don't know if there is other characters that they're going to be as good as with those people, or if that's just what they're doing so far.
All right. We are going to go into an intermission and take a little break to see the next match. Thank you guys very much.
Yep, and then with that, we will go into an intermission. And we'll put it back onto the brackets. Seems like people are wanting to what's happening with the Mario Kart and other Smite teams. I remember you, Jesus, saying that your team's channel on Twitch is actually streaming some of the Mario Kart games, which was be the MCC esports Twitch channel. Is that correct?
Yes, it's gonna be capital MCC, then esports, and it's gonna be the mascot of my community college, Marshalltown Community College Tigers. And from there, you guys can watch Mario Kart. As you guys can hear in the background, Mario Kart is going at it with intense matches. Everyone excited, passionate, and just screaming with their lungs out, coughing it out, if I say so too. They're just having a good time over here.
Yeah, with this channel right now, for what we're streaming live on Twitch, are going to be the Smite playoff games instead. And right now we are going into the winner's bracket, which is why we have seen Roland. And because there are multiple games of the same size, it's because it's a set. They're trying to win 2 games out of the 3.
Yeah, it is for the Mario Kart. From what I think is how it's set up is 2 racers from 2 different teams are competing against other schools, which they also have 2 different players playing, and it's a whole racing battle against all of them. And depending on where they are in the race, depends on their winning points. They're scored based on points rather than positions.
And Jesus, what about the other Smite teams? Where can they find those? Like watching the live stream for those as well.
So for the other Smite team streams, you can go to, I believe it's Osage, or if not, it is Iowa Fall Alden. They are streaming their own Smite games in the league as well, so you guys can probably go onto their social media and hopefully watch the streams. If not, then the second one would be West Delaware.
Yep. And that's going to be where you can find the other Smite games that are being played right now. If that answers your questions, hopefully you get that with that, and that makes a little bit more sense of how that format is. It is going to be just a little bit different and weird, especially since it's showing like mostly of the same teams. But hopefully we got those questions answered for you. With this, we'll start the little break, and then we'll be back with the next game to figure out who is going to be the winner of this set.
And we are back once again for the final match.
Yeah, now we'll be able to actually see the final match of the set, being able to see if Norsemen's will be able to take this one home or if this one will go to the Rams. From this, we could see the actual ban phase with the Rams banning Officer Cat Bastet as well as Santos once again trying to deny their jungler the picks that they are probably trying to look for.
And for the Norsemen, their bans are Arachne, Alquang, and Hachiman. I guess they did not like the fact. I guess they just don't want to play against those characters. Those characters weren't that. I personally don't think those characters are that bad to go against, except for the Alquang.
Well, it seems like their Amaterasu, their jungler, is also pretty formidable person, especially with the banning of both Arachne as well as Alquang, because those are mostly seen in the jungle picks. So I'm guessing they're trying to do that because those are probably the main characters that their Amaterasu usually plays.
Yeah, I would say so too. Again, we are seeing Ares and the Soldier again from the Norsemen. They really do love those characters, man. Oh, we do see a switch into an Odin.
Switching up, seeing what character that they're going to pick. We also see with the jungler, they picked Nemesis this time instead, and instead they lock into a Hercules.
Another really good character and a very, very tricky character to go against.
With this again, we can see that they're banning off different mid laners as well as carries because those are the only two people that are still left. And Jesus, why don't you talk to us a bit about the other streams, about where you can find the other Smite matches, just in case people are still wondering about that.
So yeah, if anyone's curious about the Smite, the other Smite games, you can go to Osage YouTube channel where they are also streaming their game matches and their sets, as well as a third one from CD YouTube channel, which is the Cardinals, the Iowa Falls Audens, or the Central Decatur YouTube channel, where they also are live in showcasing their Smite games.
Thank you for that. And with this, we can also see that the dual lane is going with the Ares Medusa pick that they picked last time. And from what we saw last game as well, that was a very solid pick. They were able to shut down the Kurnanos as well as the Fafnir really early on, and they were able just to bully the Kurnanos out of into this. We see that the mid laner is now going into a Hera. This is going to be a very, very good pick for them and very scary pick for the Norsemen, because Hera, from what I'm remembering, is a very scary character with her ultimate that she can get up almost all the time. But to top that out, the Norsemen decided to go with Giannis, a very safe mid laner who has a lot of mobility to get out of sticky situations really fast, as well as to chase down enemies really, really effectively with his portals as well as his flows and his buff to himself and his teammates to speed as well as the damage buff that he gets on his abilities as well. And with this, we will go into the match and see how this one turns out.
As we do see the beginning of the Rams over here with Guan Yu, Kurkunos, Hera, and Amaterasu and Fenrir again. Amaterasu setting up. Looks like she's going to be jungling again, as well as Kurkunos being the same carry, and Fenrir, or Fafnir, right?
Fafnir, yes.
Fafnir being the support player again. They the Norsemen with the same carry and support, and Medusa and Ares.
This team on the Rams is looking very similar to the one last game. The only difference is that instead they have a Hera instead of the Morgan, as well as a Guan Yu instead of a Tyr. And the Norseman's team is looking very different from what we've seen before, other than the Ares and the Medusa pick. So we'll be able to see how this goes for them in early game as well as going into late game as well.
Let's talk about the starter items on the Rams here, especially on that Guan Yu. A very common starter item, Tainted Steel, going into probably, I'm assuming, Transcendence, right?
Maybe going into Transcendence, I'm not too sure, but that is probably going to be the best bet of what they're probably going to be going into. Tainted Steel is going to be a fantastic item going in against a Hurt, especially with all that self that he gets from that as well.
As we do see in the dual lane, Ares is taking a lot of damage from minions and from the Krakunos and Fafnir. He is already low, half health. He has to be careful here, especially when minions do a lot of damage. I would not like to be the one pushing up and taking damage.
Yeah, he is taking a lot of damage, especially whenever he was trying to take care of the little bastions on the side of the tower. He stood there and took a lot of autos from the Kronos, which just dealt a lot of damage to him, as well as just standing into the minions, taking a lot of damage from them, as well as the different abilities from Kronos, with the Amaterasu dashing in onto the Ares, trying to get like a little pick and trying to do some more damage. Stunning the Ares, doing a little bit of damage, and probably going to get the first blood here right about now. Actually,
barely
survives. Just had a little bit quicker movement speed, and the Amaterasu wasn't able to get that off, missing a couple of their autos as well as some of their abilities, and weren't able to finish them off.
What a surprise turn of events, especially when Ares was that low. They just needed one hit, at least someone to stop. Let's go into this mid lane and see how this Yanis and Hera are doing over here. Hera, a very good mage, very hard to counter at times, especially when she has long range abilities, and her ultimate being a lock-in type character. Oh, getting hit by the Yanis. Yanis just juking around, messing with her.
But with the Amaterasu dashing in onto the Yanis just has to try to disengage from this. And the Yanis is going to be a very tough character for the Hera to deal with especially how fast he moves around and with all of his different portals and stuff, as well as it's going to be harder for the Hera to hit.
Going back into the dual lane, as we see Fafnir just trying to take down Wave, using his abilities just to stop him. Jumping on the Ares using his flame, trying to deter him from anything. And it looks like they do get one of the shields down from Tier 1 towers. And it looks like they're doing everything they can just to get it right now.
Yeah, they're doing a little bit more damage to the Bastion, trying to go for that, but that also deals with the Ares taking a lot more damage from the Kronos whenever he does decide to focus him down, dealing some damage and just getting him to get pressured out a bit.
Yeah. Looks like the Nemesis is just going around. Nemesis isn't really doing a whole lot of pressure for the Norseman, but if you look at this, she's just getting as much farm as she can, just going from buff to buff and XP camp. Looks like she might be going into mid lane trying to gank with the Yanis. Look, she's engaging on the Hera. Hera just backing away, just making sure she does not get caught, but Amaterasu is behind. Hopefully they do engage on this fight here.
I think with this, the Nemesis is by herself in lane. It's better for her to go and try to get the do a little bit of damage to the wave, get it a little bit low, get some XP from that, and then leave it for the Yanis for whenever he comes by. As well as so far as just like we haven't seen a lot of the Nemesis in the left lane, but we've only seen the Amaterasu also in left lane like one time. Right now this is a pretty slow game. No one really going for outrageous plays, trying to get a certain kill. We got close in the very beginning, but with this, we just see them playing a little bit slower. And right when I say that, the Guan Yu gets a first blood kill on the Hercules, as well as the Amaterasu killing
The
Who
Aries.
is that? The Aries over in left lane,
Man,
which is leading off strong for the Rams, getting 2 kills right off the bat, one after another, just like that.
gaining a 2K gold league. That's going to be very good for the Guan Yu in the solo lane. Let's look into this gank over here on the Rams to the left, trying to get the Medusa. Kurkuno's just landing his auto attack, stunning her. Is she going to die here? No, just barely misses, but the Nemesis pulling behind. Medusa re-engaging, looking to get a pick on the Kurkunos. Looks like Nemesis, oh, the Medusa dashes. Does she get? No, she misses.
And she was playing a little bit too aggressive there. It could have been easily turned back onto them if there was a misplay, because if the Fafnir decided to turn to his left instead and focus on the Medusa, the Kurkunos could have finished off that kill, but luckily that didn't happen for the Medusa, and unfortunately that didn't happen for the Rams either.
This game is a little slow now, but that's because both teams are both deciding on what they want to do. Looks like they know that they're both equally good at late game, but they just want to make sure to take their time and make sure that they win. Either the Rams are gonna win or the Norsemen. It's just deciding. It's just depending on the players and how they want to win.
Yeah, it all depends on basically how they take this and if they're able to actually either snowball and finish this off, or if they're able to prolong it far enough into where it really matters in late game with the team fights. We are seeing it played like a little bit slow, a little bit more methodically, because you don't want to give it to give that lead off to the enemy team as easily, and putting yourself into those dangerous situations like how it was before.
They're a little low here.
And the Yanis hits him with the balls and gets the kill on that for mid lane.
Let's look at the Hercules. Hercules over here pushing up his lane, trying to get the tower. He does see the Guanyu on his right side. Looks like he's just going to do tower damage. He's going to do as much as he can, and then he's going to pull. He is under level. He is. How many levels? He is 3 levels underneath. He's not doing so hot.
And the Amaterasu is using the all paired with the Guanyu ult, just leaves him to just get stunned for way too long and just ends up dying because of that. If only he had a ward off onto the left side so he could have seen the Amaterasu as well as the Guan Yu coming in from behind him, but unfortunately that did not happen and he got punished for that.
Yeah, especially depending on how everything's going over here on the dual lane. Ares half health, low. Fafnir just doing everything, spitting on him disrespectfully, but he does get away. Both Medusa and Ares really low. Is Kurkuno's gonna get a pick off here? Is Fenrir? Oh, he does stun the Ares. He does do damage to the Medusa. Oh, but they do get pulled. Fenrir does get pulled.
He is able to get the and the Fafnir gets the kill on the Medusa with his hammer right after getting pulled into tower, while the Yanis also gets another kill in mid lane on the Hera, shutting her down. We've been seeing great plays from this mid laner on the Norsemen, consistently doing a lot for his team and progressively having a lot of pressure in mid lane, while this Kurkunos gets the final kill, final hit on the Ares and kills him using his ult and 2 basic attacks to kill him and finish off that kill.
As we go and see at the Guan Yu, he does get ganked by the Nemesis. Nemesis really low. Hercules doing whatever he can to slow, using all. Is Guan Yu still chasing, going into their tier 2 tower? I think Guan Yu is going to be out of position. If you see the Yanis, oh, never mind. Yanis is in the lane fighting the Hera. Guan Yu just pushing that Nemesis back, doing a great job of taking control in his own lane, saying, hey, this is my spot, get away from here.
Yeah, this is a very tough situation for the Hercules due to the fact that the Guan Yu has his ability, which just shreds protections on him using that whirlwind with his staff, as well as having the Tainted Steel, which just nullifies all the amount of healing that the Hercules would have gotten from his ability from whenever he's taking damage.
Hera over here looking like she's going to get a pick on Yanis, and she does! Her big ultimate getting and knocking him down, while
But the Nemesis
also
comes in and cleans up for playing too aggressive and being a little bit too far pushed up, going really hungry for that kill on the Yanis.
both jungles are doing the best they can, just ganking and farming as much as that. And it looks like they may have a clash in mid lane. The Matarazzo not noticing that the Nemesis is right behind. Nemesis using her abilities to her advantage and doing everything right. Matarazzo down, dashes out, and gets away. Survives another day.
Unfortunately, the Nemesis wasn't able to body block the dash and get in front of it before she could get out, and instead the Amaterasu got out with her life and with the bounty that was on her head.
As we saw Yanis taking down the Guan Yu on right lane.
Which is going to be huge for the Yanis, as well as helping stop the Guan Yu for getting as farther as possible. But unfortunately, the Ares does go down to the Fafnir just moments prior.
Both teams noticing the Nemesis right here. Are they going to contest? Yes, Nemesis gets stunned, gets rooted. Is this a kill? Is Kurkunos going to engage on this? No, he does get stunned by the Medusa, but uses his
But the
parry.
Guan Yu is on his way, going to try to go onto the Medusa, knowing that he just uses dash as well as his ultimate, so he has nothing to counter the Guan Yu for. But unfortunately, they both get under tower, and it is not worth it to dive under that at this low level and risk dying once again.
We might be looking at an
Yanis
ultimate by the
using his
Yanis.
Goes in, trying to help clean up some kills, doing a little bit of damage onto them. The Guan Yu does kill the Medusa, but as well as the Yanis starting to back up while the Guan Yu is still right in front of him, using his portals to the best of his ability to get out. Guan Yu actually one shot and dies to the Ares, with the Yanis doing a massive amount of damage to the Kurnanos and trying to finish him off.
Fafnir needs to be careful. He shouldn't be lazy backing, especially when they're that close. Though Yanis is one shot, the Kurkunos just survive, and Ares just taking shots. Yanis looking to get a pick off him. Kurkunos just baiting and just hopefully you get him, but no. I think Yanis is just gonna complete it back. Yup. So is the Kurkunos. Looks like they're just gonna fall back, heal, and then go back at it again. Again, Materazzi just going to camp and camp, farming as much as he can, doing what she can best, especially for the Rams. Just farming, being a good jungle, and I will say, I am surprised to see a Materazzi jungle. This is the first time for me.
Yeah, this once again, this is don't really see that much of Materasu's jungle. But seeing this jungler make this work and is an absolute menace as well, was actually putting a lot of pressure and being able to be on top of them, especially with that ult, and as well as building ability-based damage or more a little bit of auto attack with the Materasu. He's able to get a lot of damage off.
Are they gonna contest Gold Fury here? It looks like the Fafnir looks like they're wanting to take it. All 4 of them, maybe 5. No, the Guan Yu trying to stop, and Medusa sees and notices them trying to take it, and the Rams do take it, and Medusa goes down, trying to steal. Ares with an ult, pulling everyone, does pull. Yanis hits him with the balls and hits everyone.
Unfortunately, the Norsemen were going in, stagnated one by one. The Medusa tried to steal it, but overstayed her welcome after she used her ability a little bit too early, not securing that Gold Fury, and then getting punished for it and dying. And the Ares coming in and using his ult for no reason, and not being able to get a pick off of that as well.
Fafnir getting chased, but they deviate and go onto the Hera. Hera out of position. Is the Ares gonna land a chain? Oh, so
Unfortunately,
close.
he does not hit the chain, as well as the Yanis not hitting his balls right there.
Let's go see on to the solo lane. Hercules just doing whatever he's doing. He's still there, being square. Just playing his lane like you should.
With this, the Hercules is 2 levels under the Guan Yu, which is very far behind. But we'll see if the Hercules will be able to bring it back later on in the game, whenever it gets a little bit later into it, or if they will be able to make it into late game.
Madoratsu just farming again, going at it. Both Fafnir and Kikunos in mid lane. I think they're going to be trying to push a team fight here. Kikunos going to right lane, seeming like he's trying to get Pyromancy.
If following it on this, it looks like the Kronos of the Hera as well as the Fafnir are going into Pyromancer, while the Guan Yu is coming in to help pick that off as well. The Norsemen are just letting that happen, not really being able to contest. Didn't probably even know that, didn't have that warded off as well to see if they would be able to actually get that as well, which is going to put them in even more of a goal lead over the Norsemen. And going in from the graphs as well, you can already see that the difference is happening very fast, with the Rams getting a major goal lead of 3,800 higher than the Norsemen, as well as an XP difference of 4,500.
We are looking at a slow-paced game here, but this is Smite at times. Not all of it's going to be action-packed like the previous two games.
Yeah, with this, you can definitely tell that the Norsemen are not trying to play overly greedy and make very big plays that will probably get them killed, or as well as the other team trying to make methodical plays to shut down the Norsemen before they can get into late game.
Yeah,
With this as well, they're playing very aggressive, trying to make sure that they cannot get out and finish off that jungler before they become a problem and get a little bit more fed. And with this, you can see that they are actually going for the tier 2 tower and might be able to get it. With his Hera harassing this area, probably getting very close to this kill and making them back up fully. But as you can see as well, this Medusa is over in left lane, just absolutely pushing it, but this Guan Yu is making his way over here, trying to at least stop this.
Saying no, get away from here. Medusa lazy backing and getting away, especially when she's so close. Looks like all of the Rams are over here to the left trying to get Primal Fury, just making sure they get that secure and making sure they get that buff damage on those objectives, towers and Phoenix.
Yeah, this game, it definitely seems like the Rams are really heavily paying attention to getting that gold theory, getting those different objectives, as well as pushing in lane as much as possible as well, which is helping accentuate that gold lead, that XP difference, as well as just getting a little bit farther ahead and making it harder for the Norsemen to catch up.
As we're looking over here to the right, we're seeing that both teams are going to be going to team fight. Hera getting pushed. Nemesis using O on the Kikunos. He's getting pushed off. Nemesis pushing off, engaging. Oh, it looks like Madaratu is doing everything, even ulting onto Yanis, but Yanis just uses his teleport to get out. Erish with a good pull, but gets pushed back. It looks like this team fight is going to be even. No, looks like Amaterasu's down.
And the Medusa gets the Amaterasu, and while the Nemesis is trying to get out as fast as possible, Ares is half health, but the Medusa gets the kill on the Fafnir, getting that double kill, and now going in on the Guan Yu. Or will they be able to pick it up? He doesn't seem to have all that all, and now the Norsemen are just going in. Some of them are missing their abilities, not going, but then the Medusa finishes it out with the triple kill.
Though the Norsemen once again showing their team skills and playing as a team, just picking off their squishies and then going on their tank, or how would you say their front line?
Yeah, their front line is definitely getting shredded right at the moment. They were able to, the Medusa really putting that work with killing out that Amaterasu, who was a very big threat to them right in the very beginning, as well as that really helped them win the team fight, I think, with making sure that the Amaterasu died and wasn't able to get that ult off and get it onto the squishies, as well as then killing the Fafnir, which made the other two back up and left the Guan Yu by himself to basically get collapsed on by the team.
It is looking like the Rams are wanting revenge, trying to go pick on the Medusa, but they just let her go. I think they're going to try to engage on Fire Giant. Yeah, nope. The Guan Yu does attack it and then leaves. I think they're going after the Pyromancer. They do take Pyromancer, and then they are going to retreat and go back to mid lane.
Yeah, that Pyromancer was probably going to be a safe pick. There's no way I don't think that they would have been able to get Fire Giant without having most of their team basically lose health and then get attacked by the Norsemen. So Pyromancer would have been the best objective, while also still getting that little bit of gold as well as XP to accentuate that level gap right now.
As you see, Nemesis out, just getting camps and buffs. Yanis trying to go for that support buff, right? Everyone's just playing cautious, just waiting and waiting for the other team to misplay or go out of position. Who's going to be the first to break this chain? Looks like the Norsemen are wanting to get an engagement over here. Looks like both teams are doing each opposite side's objective or buffs.
It seems like the Rams are trying to go for the Oni Fury that's about to spawn in, and the Norsemen are now rotating in a little bit, seeing if they could probably try to take it. Medusa unfortunately uses her ult a little bit too late. It comes out, but unfortunately not able to steal the objective, so that means the Rams get that for themselves.
Yanis with an ult hitting the Hera just slightly and doing everything. Yanis does land his circle on the Amaterasu. Looks like they're going to be engaging on Hera using an ult, pushing on her.
And the Kronos kills the Hercules, but the Medusa ends up killing their Amaterasu once again right at the beginning of the fight. Nemesis is very low. Ares is trying to frontline as much as possible. Fafnir gets put into the portal, and it takes a ton of damage. Medusa ends up dying to the Guan Yu. Guan Yu is one shot, might be dying to the Yanis, and the Yanis does in fact get that kill, leaving only a 3v3 right now. Nemesis, Yanis, and Ares against the Fafnir, Hera, and Kurtanos. And at this point, if I was the Rams, I would back up as well. That's probably going to be the safest choice instead of trying to go into the Yanis, as well as how they're having the Hercules spawn back up already again.
So, Iverson, we are hitting the mid-game point. What do you think is going to happen so far? Or what do you think the lead is going towards?
Right now, it is starting to lean back into the favor of the Norsemen, where they are actually starting to catch up. They are getting those kills. They are starting to get those picks that are helping them stay close and actually catching up to the Rams, while the Rams are starting to seem to lose steam. Didn't have as much of an early game presence as they did in the last game, which helped them win, but instead, so they weren't able to shut down the people that they needed to shut down and keep them shut down.
All right. So what do you think of the Yanis' play? Though he didn't go for the damage buff, he did pick up movement speed. That is a very interesting play, especially when you're playing mid, when usually the mid player or mid lane player is gonna be playing there. He usually picks up a red.
No, that is, yes, that is a basically usual case of like what that the mid laner usually grabs onto as well. But with this, I totally understand with the agreement of getting that speed buff, especially since there are already 2 speed buffs as is. This Yanis is able to then use that to get out of situations as fast as possible, make sure that he's not going to die, and as well as be able to chase people a lot easier as well with his speed buff, as well as the passive that he has where he gains movement bypassing through his portals.
Ares just taking a lot of damage, just letting them poke him when he should just be dodging and weaving. I don't think he should be running the straight line like that.
Yeah, he does. I don't see it to seem to that many jukes from the Ares players or some of the tank players. They don't seem to be too worried about that and are face tanking it. But now, as you can see, the Rams are going for the Fire Giant. We're able to secure it. Yanis wasn't able to do anything against that, and is now just needs to back up out of that fight.
Yeah, especially now when a Nemesis is going to be popping up. They look like they might be going back into a team fight and probably grouping up, trying to go into mid lane here. With the Medusa just being far into the left jungle, just doing whatever she's doing at whatever she can to farm and get XP.
Yes, right now, that is probably the perfect play after getting the Fire Giant as well as Pyromancer, is probably just to back up, go back to tower, get the other couple items that you would probably need for this next team fight, and then regroup and then start to go for that push. Either, and as well as what it seems like is that they're going to try to go for the Primal Fury as well, get a little bit extra gold, get a little bit extra XP, and to basically accentuate this to do even more work in this upcoming team fight.
Yeah, especially now, it seems like the Rams are going to be doing a big play here, looking to find a team fight, trying to engage as hard as they can, making sure that the Norsemen don't do anything. The Norsemen are just letting them take control and get map control.
Yeah, with this right now, it's, I mean, that's the most you can do with the Norsemen, is that you can't really just push into a group of 5 with Fire Giant buff on this. You have to play this a little bit careful and give them the space that they need, but not too much space to absolutely just take over the Phoenix and everything like that. Right now, they're getting that little bit of nice poke damage on the Fafnir, making it harder for them to just start up the engage, which then helps waste that Fire Giant buff that they have right now.
Yeah, especially now Fafnir. With a good stun on the Ares, looks like they're going to be engaging on the Fafnir. Fafnir just getting thrown around like a ragdoll. Yanis looking to do.
Doesn't have that much he could do right now. Just was starting to get pulled back and taking a lot of damage. Trying to go back in, using his ult. We'll see if the Ares lands his chain, gets it on him to stop that leap that he has, but then taking a lot of damage in the process of that. With this, we can see the Kronos use his ult, but missed everybody entirely. Wasn't able to get that full use, as well as using 2 other ults, using Fafnir's as well as Hera's. Yu using his ult to try to capture the Yanis, but he just teleports out as he does.
Yeah, especially right here, Fafnir is getting a little low. He is above that, the half health mark, but anything can happen, especially when that Medusa comes in or the Yanis decides to do a lot of damage right here.
It all depends on if the Yanis is able to hit his full combo and do a lot of damage, or if he has his passive basically built up whenever he passes portals, or if the Medusa is actually going to take part of this team fight instead of trying to push up left lane. All depends on basically what they decide to do. Unfortunately, they did basically waste Fire Giants, and they don't have the Fire Giant buff anymore. They might try to recontest it again here soon, whenever it spawns.
Yeah, over here as you see Yu going completely around, going for that flank on the Yanis. I don't think he notices that Yanis is in the middle. And Yanis just jukes all of them using his ultimate, going through each portal.
Going through and just being, like I said before, just a very safe character and is able to get out of most situations if he is able to and not stunned out of every single ability that he has.
Yanis just being smart, thinking ahead above the Rams, just saying move, 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 move.
I know this is some very interesting plays with the Yanis being by himself all the way into the right jungle. Probably going to get, yep, just collapsed on. Oh, he's just too far away from his team. Puts him way out of position. Makes it a lot easier for the enemy team to just go right on top of him.
Aries right behind, trying to do everything he can, trying to save his teams. Does get a good pull on all of them. Pulls them into Phoenix, but is it going to be enough? No,
Doing a
looks
little bit more
like
damage.
Guan
Medusa
Yu.
gets that ult off and is able to do a little bit more damage to the Guan Yu. Guan Yu is now like almost one shot. Madarasu also very low, just trying to do some damage onto Phoenix. Ends up dying because of it. Hercules taking a lot of damage and dies with the Chronos. And the Hera cleans up the kill on the Ares. Now it's just them onto the Titan, doing a lot more damage. Nemesis trying to go in on the Chronos, then gets absolutely demolished by them, leaving only the Guan Yu, Fafnir, and the Chronos. It's a 4v1. Medusa trying her best, trying to do as much damage. Kills the Fafnir, starts doing a little bit more damage to the defender for the Guan Yu, kills him,
And
starts
this is
going in
gonna be
on the
game.
Chronos, and that is game! The Medusa wasn't able to kill the Chronos or the Hera just in time. Took a little bit too long. It was just her versus four other people just focusing down Titan. There's not much that we could do. That seems to be the end of the for the win streak for the Norsemen, and it leads to the Rams winning the set 2-1.
Man, what a turn of events to see the Norsemen take and falter. And I will say this, they were not playing bad. They were not out of position. They weren't doing bad calls. I just think they were just too hesitant on doing what they wanted to do.
Well, at that point as well, it's more for the fact that there's multiple times during that game that people were out of position. They were away from their teammates. They made it very easy for them to get collapsed on. But overall, I will say that both teams played amazing. It was a little bit of back and forth there, but the Rams knew what they needed to do, and they put it into action, knew that they could let them basically just get full build, get as much pressure as they wanted in the late game, and they just needed to keep on like hammering into them and shutting them down before that happens.
Yeah, the Rams just, like I said, that first match, they knew what they were, the Norsemen were doing, and they just pretty much just said, all right, we need to change, we need to focus on this guy, and we win. They adapted, and they did it pretty good as a team. It looks like they were coordinating a lot of their attacks, their ultimates, as well as their front line peeling for their squishy players.
Yes, and that is the most important part as well, with how it just felt like the Ares as well as the Hercules just weren't tanking enough, and they just happened to just take a lot of damage and weren't able to do much about that and peel for their squishies. And that is very unfortunate, but once again, another great game. That leads the set for this game. Rams 2, Norsemen 1. The Rams win the set. That was a great game, and now we will take an intermission and be back to you with maybe another game.
Yeah. As we are, your host, Young Soul, aka Jesus. We are gonna end the stream, but we are gonna restart it back up for the final championship Smite playoffs, as the Rams are gonna be the final contender, and we have to wait and see who the Rams are gonna be going against. But we will be back, and thank you very much for watching the stream. We will be back up.